she treated me, but what she did with my kids was ooh. Anyway, next subject. Let's go back to Skywatch.
I
But
think
yeah,
sorry to continue with this, but
yeah,
I
it's
think
okay. Well, we're all going through crap.
it may have made it a little easier, maybe why they dealt with it the way they are,
Yeah,
Maybe
they didn't have a lot of exposure to her.
yeah, they were a little detached, so
Right, and
things happen for a reason.
perhaps they are better off from it. Yes, and she was a rather um, unusual person, and we'll leave it at that. Rather, because you don't speak ill of the dead.
Well, she
Knock on
gave me
wood.
two beautiful kids, Sam. So
Yeah, right, right.
So
And oh God, they're too damn smart. They're teenagers now, and they're like their rebellion stage is interestingly observable, and we'll leave it at that. Dad, you're not allowed to talk about us on the internet. Oh, okay, kids.
Feisty girls, Sam. Feisty girls.
Yeah. I have to fight them just to get them to take pictures or talk on cameo appearances here. Even like no, I don't.
I'm still waiting for my picture. I'm still waiting for my artwork.
Yeah, I got to remember that. I'm sorry. Yeah, Shiloh's been doing a lot of drawing.
Yeah, I can imagine that she would draw a really cool cat. They love cats so much as well.
She just got some new notebooks and some little hand mini diaries and stuff to write in, which is good. Thank you, people that send stuff.
What does she draw? Is she into anime?
They're doing major. Her anime is better than most everyone else's anime. She's better than anime in some cases. Whereas Nova, oh my God, Nova does digital art on laptop or on tablet that is unbelievable. And the girl she's got the paint program down to the point where she'll spend 8 to 10 hours on a photograph. And I'm in awe that she did that. Every line and every color, and she is so. And I dealt with that for years, going all the way back into the 2004 and 5 with the early dial-up internet and paint program, and I did a bunch of that stuff, and I did a bunch of cartoons. But what Nova does on graphic design is spooky cool. She's very good.
I hope you share it with us someday. It sounds amazing.
Well, they have sites, and they've asked me not to share their sites with anyone.
Privacy issues.
Sounds like a teenager.
Real teenagers.
And they asked me not to mention.
And you can't blame them. They want their own space. They want their own thing.
And remember, they started out, and they were like 3 and 5 years old when we first started doing this.
Yeah, it's important to respect their space,
But they're doing good, so.
That's good. I've had a long week. I finally had a chance now to sit down and do something I want to do and I enjoy doing. I've had fun this whole week, but being away from home is not as easy as it used to be.
Yeah.
It can be rough. Everything was good. The hotel, everything was good, but I was there was a lot of left to desire, honestly. I was a little disappointed. I exchanged numbers. I talked about it with people. I have yet to hear from anybody. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
See, here was your mistake. You did not wear your tinfoil hat.
I probably should have.
And I that's a total joke. I do not advocate tinfoil hats.
Hey, a lot of people did for the costume party. The last night was a costume party. A lot of people did dress up in their in their tinfoil hat.
Wow.
Here's what I got out of it. It seems that people were more interested in talking about Bigfoot and paranormal stuff, and it wasn't so much. I don't think it was so much that people didn't believe me. I think the picture that I showed them, the video that I showed them, was pretty undeniable. I think it wasn't that. Even Nick Pope from the Ancient Aliens cast. That's who's in the picture with me. There's a cast
cool.
of Ancient Aliens. That's why I was there because I love that show. So it was a cast from Ancient Aliens and the cast from Skinwalker Ranch. That's we went Vernal, the town that we went to is where the ranch is. So that's why we went there. But I just felt I don't know. I don't understand why this is the one topic that either people won't believe or people are very uninterested in. I just don't get
And
it.
it seems so disappointing because it's the final
It is
proof.
because personally, if somebody showed me the picture or the video that I showed them, I would have jumped with excitement and would have asked a million questions and would have been psyched to see something like that because nothing else compares. I mean,
No.
Bigfoot, come on.
Yeah.
No, I'm not a disbeliever. I know that there's a lot of shit in the woods that we have yet to discover. There's a lot of shit in our oceans that we haven't. I'm just honestly, I don't know.
Sorry, Jesus.
Yeah, it was disappointing. I had fun. I did have fun because again, I'm a big fan of the show, Ancient Aliens. But I was disappointed so much with Nick Pope. He was really nice. I'm not gonna say that he wasn't nice. He was nice. He just seemed uninterested.
But don't you think that would be like a cover? It would be like a fake? Because I mean, come on,
I don't
Ancient
know.
Aliens, they know everything. They've got all that. They've got their hands on that same stuff as we have.
Later that night, he went and sat right next to me. You know, in the middle of there was 1,200 people there. So he went and sat next to me. And I was kind of like, what are you doing, man? What are you doing next to me now?
We have to weigh. We really truly have to weigh what the expectation or value or accreditation or acceptance of off-world info is. And you know, we take that for granted. We do. All five of us here right now,
you know,
are taking that for granted.
I thought that exact same thing when I was there. I was like, we truly have something special here that nobody else has. And sometimes it's easy, you know, especially for us that we've done this daily
for so long.
And we've desensitized ourselves to what a huge story this is. We really, sometimes we got to remind ourselves that we are at the cutting edge of what's happening in the world. I don't think that
we are the cutting edge. We are the opening.
It's really easy to forget that, but while I was there, I couldn't help but keep thinking to myself. I was like, we really are 2 steps ahead of
so more than 2 steps. It seems like we're so up there. It's
that's what I think, and I didn't want to get cocky and say it, but I was like,
no, it's not like I'm cocky or anything.
This was my thought. This was my thought, and I don't want to sound cocky or brag, as Sam says, but we are so far ahead from the rest of
but then you sit there and you think, wow, how did this happen?
Well,
some of the days I sit there and I think, is this real? Is this real? Is this really real?
It's been a mind screw. This whole experience has been the total mind screw, because at the same time, it makes me realize that we are so far ahead. But at the same time, it's disappointing, because it makes me feel like, are we just echoing in the dark? I
know exactly how you feel.
I know that we do make a difference. There's this group of people right now watching us is proof that we are reaching some people. But
10 years from now,
it was disappointing to just think, God, as I was saying, in a room full of alternative thinkers and supposedly awoken people, it was still a topic that people just don't seem to really accept very well. And
where I go from there? When I'm at that spot, where you just discussed, where we hit that level of expectation that other people should understand this because we do at this level, I am reminded about how the way back in the mid 80s, I was told by the Pleiadian that I would do this. Now remember, the Pleiadians are from the future. And because we are doing this video today, that is going to be documented. And this is the only way that I can perceive most of this to even why it's working the way it's working is the fact that we are a continuation of something we've already done in the future. And this is our documentation. This is part of what we're doing. We're laying this information down. We're sharing it with people. And we hope now, if you don't get it today, you can look this up 5 years from now and you can see how damn accurate we were. And that's the good part about all of this.
There was a part of me that was thinking, we're going to make a difference, but maybe not in our lifetime. And I know that sounds negative. I don't think it's negative. I'm just saying maybe it's
just a fact,
Maybe we're doing the work.
Maybe people will be more accepting of it in a little bit more further. I think we really are the beginning of the change.
Jesus' famous index finger. Yeah, that world famous index finger going, look at the edge of this planet right here. Look at the edge. You look at the edge. Look at the edge. And
I also thought this, okay? I thought we need to be more patient with people who are who come and ask questions that we might think are out of context or maybe a little crazy. We need to be a little bit more patient because the level of misinformation and disinformation out there is unbelievable. Honestly, the whole time that I was there, I was like, some of it was interesting, but there was some of it I just felt was the whole event just kind of reminded me that they put a price tag on everything. The whole event was really a money making
commercial.
It was a business. What was happening?
And
money making.
Welcome to struggling. The difference between human information.
Very good money for it, and I just want to say thank you. I had a great time. I did have a great time. I am not taking away from the experience. I did have a good time. I met people that I have been a fan of for a long time, and I had fun. The people were great. People were really friendly. The costume party was fun. The dinners. We had dinner one day with the cast of Skinwalker Ranch, and then the next day we had a dinner with which they showed an episode that was not aired yet while we had the dinner, which was very cool, and then they would pause it and explain what was happening in the episode, and then
what did you learn?
Then the next day we had dinner with the cast of Ancient Aliens, which was pretty fun as well. We got to see an episode, and then they talked about stuff, and it was interesting. I love Ancient Aliens because I love ancient architecture. I find it fascinating. I think there's a lot of answers there. I think there's a lot of questions as well, but I think given what we do, there's a big connection with what we teach and what we are about. There's a huge connection with ancient buildings and ancient ruins and ancient stuff. So
Rebecca,
I love it.
Yes.
I love watching that.
Do you have that video?
Yeah.
Do you have that? Do you have that video of the language video that I sent you earlier today?
Oh, that one about Harappa.
Video.
It's a girl. I can go to Facebook and look it up, or do you have the video I just sent you? We can go back to that topic as well.
I do have that one. Mm-hmm. I do.
The one from Antonio Williams.
Yes.
You could play that. We can talk about that. I was waiting for that to happen.
All right.
We can go back. We can go back to what we earlier started discussing, which is the close proximity at the end of the 180-day cycle, which is September.
So bad.
The culmination.
I got everybody. I got you all some souvenirs, but I have yet to mail them. I told my friend I better mail them as soon as I get home, or else it's gonna take me forever to get to it.
I just bought stamps.
I'll get around to it this week. I promise. But
yeah, look at this.
Look at this man.
What's that? It's kind of frozen.
I'll carry you. God is good.
Look where it is compared to the sun.
Oh, I just can't see anything.
Look what's in the upper of the TikTok thumbnail. That is the red asteroid. Now, in front of the red asteroid, there are 3 to 5 smaller, tiny asteroids in front of the red asteroid, and you are seeing all of them illuminated here. That first front object is one of the frontal, smaller asteroids in front of the red asteroid. And if you see those other red dots and white dots in any of this shot, you can rerun it again if you want to. But this is the front main, tiny frontal. It's in this month's sight drawing. This is the smaller, tiny. There's like 3 to 5 of them in front of the red asteroid. And see all those little pink dots? Those are them illuminating. Wow. The red asteroid is the big rounded area between the red dot and the word morning star. And then when you look at the thumbnail at TikTok here in the upper left corner here in just a second, it'll show you the planet it's cutting in front of. Yep, that's the red asteroid. That's how damn close it is right now, which is the topic of what we've been talking about, where we've gotten a lot of sightings of the red asteroid coming in right now, and they're huge. Yeah. I saw it by eye the other day, and then I saw the tan asteroid as well by eye, and it is massive.
Rebecca, is this?
Here we go.
Is this in Oklahoma, or is this the name of the channel?
I think it's in Oklahoma.
This is a video that Sam sent me, but wow, I just saw it too. I did not realize that, so just saw it. But Morning Star of Oklahoma. Wow. I wonder.
That illumination.
Let me look at that channel and see where they're at.
They're real clear in here. Look.
Yeah, you can see them, can't you?
Look at that.
Yeah.
And those are the small ones illuminating in front of a very large one, red asteroid, and the little sisters in front of red asteroid. But these are the tiny ones that I drew in this month on this month's sight drawing. And we know they're there, and ta-da, there they are. They're illuminating.
Right.
And it's also in the drawing for
question.
this month. Yeah, you can, if you, do you
Yeah, I
have
was
a
gonna
copy
say, of your drawing?
yeah. The
Let's get it. Where'd the people go though?
where we lose
That's
everybody. Yeah.
strange. I don't know. Let's try. That was weird. You guys. Oh wait. No. No.
Yeah, if you look in front of if you look in front of the red asteroid, if you look in front of the red asteroid in dead center, just above August 15th, you'll see 3 dots plus 2 lighter dots. Those are the asteroids in front of the red asteroid, and those are what were illuminated in that last shot. Ta-da! And that's why I draw them in, because we do sight them. We know it. They're smaller asteroids in front of the red.
Okay.
There is a load of them, and if you notice, there's a couple of them behind there that there's 4 little lighter dots right behind the red asteroid, and then we know that Lorraine is back there, and we know that there's a whole bunch of other shit behind Lorraine, and we know about Pappy being regularly visible, very large. We know about this tan asteroid being very, very big right now. We talked about the Skull asteroid last week being sighted. Visible as hell because of the cross pattern where Attu and Attu's moon goes over the top of us, and then we get to see in the background between Uri and Attu's moon, and then the Skull asteroid becomes visible. And then, like, for example, Andy pulls pictures of this week, and we can get to them if you're ready.
He's got some great stuff coming.
Oh God, they were so awesome, I couldn't believe it. The micro clouds and everything, just beyond belief.
at me. Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
You're a little-
I'm almost done. Yeah,
I'm not
I had
trying to lead.
some-
I'm just trying to.
I was
You're a
gonna say,
little laggy.
yeah, you're good.
You're a little laggy,
Let me-
Rebecca.
I know.
Yeah, once you bring
I
stuff up,
noticed
that's what
that
happens.
too, Jesus. You see, I had, last week, you weren't here, right? But I had trouble with StreamYard. I had trouble. And they told me
Yep.
to switch browsers to Firefox. Well, that's what I've done. I switched to Firefox, and now I'm having a whole different set of issues.
Oh, wow.
So,
it's the
I
trade-off,
don't know.
huh?
I was using, I'm, Anyway, I like my old browser better,
my
but
computer won't even it'll only open StreamYard on Firefox. It's only on Chrome.
Firefox,
It's only
that's
way
yeah.
I can get it on. It won't.
That's
it will
what they
not
told me to
open
do.
yeah, it won't open anywhere else.
Yeah, my computer comes with one called Edge. I don't know. That's what I've been using this whole entire time, and it just
No
doesn't
matter
work.
what, we
I
end
get
up
shit.
paying the piper. We all
We'll figure
pay
it
in the
out.
end. Yeah,
And
this is part of.
thank goodness.
I'm still amazed. I'm amazed that I've been on Facebook now for over a decade and they haven't cut me off because everything else did. I mean, I got cut off from YouTube. I got cut off from Skype. I got cut off from many other sites. Even I had an encrypted one, and I no upgrades. And anyway, yeah, a lot of shit. God, everything's changed in the last decade too. Hey, by the way, did you guys know that the Space Lab is running on Windows 7?
I heard of that. I heard of that. I heard it's a easier program or something.
Yeah, I miss Windows 7. I do. Because back when we had Windows 7, shit worked, man. Anyway, I'm gonna run and get
I
another
remember
Coke.
Windows XP was the last one I used.
Yeah. I did not like XP. Windows 8 was interesting. I remember Windows 8. That's when they started heading towards cell phones, and then they've transitioned ever since that. I'm running Windows 11 now, and everything's been pushed toward laptop, tablet, or cell phone, and it's been pushed away from the PC, and it's made it harder to do PC from that same platform, which I really seriously oppose.
Right.
Yeah, Firefox.
I think that one's
and
from
Chrome
Andy.
is basically the same thing. Sandy cheeks. Yeah. Is this Andy's or Robert's?
That one, oh, I thought it was Andy's, but you're making me not sure now. I'm not too sure. I thought it was Andy. But look at it. It's pretty crazy. It might be Roberts.
Yeah, I
Shoot.
think so.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
looks like
Oh my God. Look at that. Look at the micro clouding on the upper right. Look where the shadow, where's the sun coming from?
I was trying to explain to a few people how some of the clouds that we see on a daily basis aren't even in our atmosphere, and that didn't go over really well. It seemed to be.
No, look at the color of the horizon.
Right.
The horizon just above where the land masses is and the cars and the trucks and all of that. That's the real sky. Everything dark blue above it is planet. Actually, two planets mixing
Hey,
in
see the
from
one
one
on the
side to
right
the other.
there?
And it's, yeah, this is, again, this is Atu and Atu's moon. Beyond Earth, now being facially illuminated.
Yeah.
And we're seeing the show of a lifetime right now. I mean, this is the most unbelievable time that we're going to get captures that are beyond reality like that. That's the bottom of Uri with Nepesi above it in the middle upper right. And then this is the base cloud of Uri, which extends way out away from Uri. She has this, we've seen it on ISS camera many years ago. And we've got documented NASA footage and all sorts of shit going back well over a decade that matches over and over and over again. We know this is the debris field of the bottom base cloud of gas giant Uri, which has millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of asteroids in it. and you're looking at it as it goes over the top of our heads. And this is part of the 180-day cycle that we warn about. The real sky color is the yellow area.
I try to
So
explain
he's that
to
little sliver at the bottom.
look at
Yes.
the white sky just behind the cloud. I mean, all the asteroids. That's illumination, guys. You know, that's
Right.
a
Opposite
it's
base.
gonna be illuminated.
Uri is white
White
and
sky
striped,
in the
and it puts
morning,
off a
that's
lot
not
of
what
bright
it-
light.
That's not what our sky looks like. When have you ever seen our sky look white? It's not our sky. You're seeing illumination from these other planets.
Atu's moon is also white, and it's very bright, and it illuminates the sky above. And there's
That too.
perfect, great timing. There you go, examples of it.
This is a good
This is
example
Atu-
of when
Atu.
to start watching. This is kind of what I look for when I see something like this. I get my stuff ready too because I know it's gonna get cool. You know.
This is Atu's
Uh,
moon and the asteroids underneath them. And we have watched this going back,
Apologize.
oh God, 8,
See.
10 years now. And we
This
knew.
is
This was the
I
next
mean,
one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where
Apologize.
the light
Yeah,
is coming from.
I'm lagging so
This
bad.
is bubbly bottom of Atu's moon, and the asteroids in front of it in the right-hand picture is the red asteroid again, just like that previous bit we saw coming in at a higher arc angle toward the ground or the horizon, and that's the same shape. Going back to that video where these people were going, "Oh God, oh Jesus," whatever, that one that we just played a few moments ago. When the pattern matches over and over again.
T. Racy, sorry about your windows. Of course, that would happen as soon as you clean them. Yeah, this is a cool picture, and I love the open skies in this picture.
Oops.
That's nice.
Right. And that one too, right? I would love to have a view like that.
Atu's moon in front of Uri, in front of Saru, and then a cutoff of the sun. All you got to do is look at the reflection in the water to see what's really there. And then on the right-hand side, of course, is Saturn's yellow moon coming in from the right corner.
Okay.
And it's sort of blending in the mix right now. It's so they're so close in out view. It's confusing. It's the same thing, exactly what's going on here. You have the edge of Uri, that whole entire orange area in the left, and then on the right you have the two segmented view of these two lumps of orange. The upper orange lump is the Saturn's yellow moon, and the red lump behind it on the right above the telephone wires is a Saturn.
How's the
Hi,
smoke
Elia.
situation in your area, Sam?
We got rain from Thursday on, and it sort of petered out the last day today. But it actually cleaned the air and put out a whole bunch of the fires, which is good. And you can actually go outside and breathe now. This picture, everything in the upper area. See that big rounded edge? There are two planets and a moon in this. You've got Nepenthe above the chair. And then in the upper left area, you have Atu and Atu's moon. And then the cutoff of the sun, because it's not sunset yet, the cutoff of the upper area of the sun is Saru over the top of the sun. And you can see it's got a little segment cut out of the top of it. And then there's a reddish orange color in the right-hand side of the sun. And that, of course, is the side of planet Saturn. And then Uri is the dark blue
Perfect.
above the what do they call those things? The roller coaster.
The roller
The
coaster.
dark blue area is Uri. Yeah, roller coaster just onto the left of the
See,
road,
sure enough, there is.
or
You
the
know,
beach pathway.
I was like, yeah, all right.
Now remember, I'm looking at this on a 43-inch screen.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I can see,
I didn't see that.
the park
it's tiny.
and all the beach chairs where the lifeguard chairs, and then the garbage cans and the road and the ruts in the road, and the 1, 2, 3, 4 visible people walking on the right hand side on the beach. And
Yeah.
Your
I
attention,
do
your
this. I look at
It looks like
pictures
a
of
fun
our living.
place.
You know.
your attention
Looks like
to
fun. I
detail
wanna go there.
is impressive.
Well, if I got a
All right.
nickel for every look at this. Oh goodness. Holy cow.
What's going
Wow,
on
I am
here?
tempted to scream that Matim may be crossing in front of the sun.
Wow.
Oh wow. Okay.
But
Matim,
wow,
the
I mean,
little planet.
the jury's still out. This is really odd because we've got two separate illuminations and multiple intensity. Wow.
Right.
Do we have the edge of Saru cutting in between the two stars? I don't think that's possible.
Hey, Katie Joe.
I mean, is the smaller object on the left our star?
That's what I was
Hey, Kitty
thinking.
Joe.
They're both. The intensity is similar. That's where that's
Oh.
that's one of the prerequisites of star judging. Now, if it was less intense, less bright, I would go, okay, it's an asteroid, or an object, but no, they're the same intensity white, and yet there's a semi oddly tan illuminated thing cutting in front of the secondary larger illumination with the yellow ring and the orange ring. Wow, that is an interesting photo.
Yeah,
Gotta
that is
keep
really
my eye on
weird.
it. I
Looks
know,
like a
I
Smartie.
know that Matim is to the upper left of the sun, real close in front of the out view. We know that. But if this was, it's about the right size for increasing size Matim, because we think Matim is coming towards us rather than away from us. The last time we saw Matim, which was many years ago, she was going away from us by the time we realized what was going on. Big we. But I can't identify that illumination in front of what could be Matim to be anything other than wow. And then I'd be speculating. Cool. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting. Anyway.
Well, all right. I would never have guessed. Oh, there's a closer up look at it. Yeah.
Well,
I
there's
would not have
we
guessed
have
that.
two light sources that are the same intensity, if not more bright, on the upper left one.
And it seems to be
But yet then-
reflecting. It seems to be even reflecting something else.
Oh,
Or something.
I can't run amok on one photograph, but this is a cool shot. Wow, this is perplexing.
Oh yeah, now that I've enlarged it, I see the little one in front.
Yeah.
Then there's the
Yeah.
thing that looks like a Smartie or an egg yolk, and then the thing behind it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what do you think is
Pretty wild.
behind the little one? Like the little. You see the little
Yeah, that
one,
looks
and
like
then there's the egg yolk.
like a great big planet pushing through kind of thing. It's
Yeah,
like,
and then
wow.
then we're starting to reach and hypothesize of what object could be doing that between the two stars, if they are. And the thing is, I've got it blown up, and the brighter of the objects is the one on the left, the small one. It's even
So is that
brighter
our
than what
sun?
is behind. It is brighter than what is behind in the middle of the center of the picture. That illumination. So
Yeah, it
I'm like,
actually is. It's really
actually,
brilliant.
I am stumped. I know it's rare, but I am stumped. I do not know what I'm looking at, and I want to make a call, but wow, we know, we do believe that there is a separation of the two stars going on. So what is transgressing or transpiring in between that? Let's add this to the pile. And I always hated this statement. Let's put a pin in it, and we'll look at it later. But this is very interesting, and
We're
I am
having
absolutely.
solar activity. They're saying
Right.
we're going to be seeing some auroras soon or any time now.
Some more.
And we do. There is the new information about the mini moon that we're going to see on the 29th. And they're saying it's an asteroid. So, we can't take everything that NASA is telling us as true. We have to take, a fourth or 1/3 of the information as true. And then we have to prepare. Well, it's entirely possible that one of these asteroids that is very close to us right now is going to be highly more obvious. And they see this coming on the 29th. Yeah, so let's all be looking, and the comet is visible now also. Although, because the skies have been so smoky and the planets have been in the way, I've not been able to see the comet, the new one. But the asteroid that they're talking about is 2024 PTS asteroid, September 29th. We will be able to see what they are calling a mini moon, and it will be for 2 months. So
I
Wow.
saw that. I didn't get a chance to see that article, Sam, but I saw you share it, and I was like, "This is interesting."
I believe Rebecca has a copy of it.
No,
Rebecca, can you send me a copy of that double sun thing, please?
The pictures that we were just looking at.
Yeah, the picture we were
Those-
just looking at. Can you send me that?
Okay.
Yeah, that's really juicy. I
I-
want to look at that for a while. It's really
I can
juicy.
do that. Yeah. Okay.
Speaking of juicy,
Sorry, it's
you
just
had a live.
fascinating.
You had a live, I think, last week, Rebecca. That was just so awesome. I was looking at it while I was
Oh
in
yeah.
the hotel room, kind of bored with my skies, and I
Yes.
was like, "Holy shit, that is cool." I tried to look for it yesterday, and I couldn't find it. I don't know if it was
Huh.
what it was on. If it was YouTube, it was Facebook. I don't know where it
Yeah.
was. But it was freaking awesome.
It would have been YouTube. Yeah. So, but yeah,
It was really
I remember
cool.
that day. I remember it was
Yeah,
actually
it was freaking cool.
really
It was
good.
so cool.
I stayed out till it was dark. I couldn't.
Yeah,
I couldn't
it was
stop.
a pretty long. It was a pretty long one. I started watching it and then saw as it progressed. I was like, "Holy shit, this is so cool." That was a hell of a cool
Right.
passing you had there.
That was right. I almost didn't get out that night, but the coloring was just so. I was like, I gotta go look, get a good view, and yeah, I had to show everybody. So,
Yeah, and your new
But-
spot seems pretty cool. I mean, I don't know if that's your.
it's my spot for now, but they're doing construction there, so
Mhm.
eventually, it's going to be a Chick-fil-A. So there goes my
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah, it'll be.
I don't know.
It'll be cars around the block. A line of cars around the block.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy with that.
I don't get the obsession. I really don't think it's all that, really.
Oh, speaking of Yuri, let's play the video that Sam sent me of Yuri moving in. Here we go. Watch out, y'all. Here comes Yuri. Here it comes. Get up there. Get up there, play.
Love the thumbnail.
Why am I lagging so terribly today, y'all? Ugh. Sorry.
Because you're doing two things at once.
Something and minutes go by. It's like, what? Nothing happens. Maybe I should exit, come back in. You think that'd help?
Right. Yeah. Do that.
See what happens. Here we go.
Look
Look at that. Can you imagine?
No, you got. Yes, you can get. Yes, I can. Okay, listen to the bells,
Look at
people.
that. Like a movie.
Mm.
Wow.
Dun dun dun.
Like it
Listen,
means business.
I posted this. I posted this on my personal page today because, along with you have that picture of the Grim Reaper. This is where
I
we
do.
are at the September 180-day cycle, you guys. There it is, right there in front of you. That is the bottom of Uri and all of the asteroids at the base cloud of planet Uri. Very close, passing very big ass gas giant. Passing over Earth. Here we go on an adventure.
Mhm.
Cat in the Hat.
Right.
I'm telling you, and I have warned people, and we have documented this year after year after year after year, and here we are. We are at the culmination, And do not be, yeah, there we go. Now I want you guys to ignore the light halo. I want you to start looking in this picture. Don't look at the Death Reaper guy, but we'll talk about him in a minute. I want you to look in the upper left area at the dark areas first.
Yeah.
What do you see, Christopher?
I see asteroids. And
What is the color configuration right by the right hand of the Reaper? What is the color in this picture?
it's
You're looking at black and white and red.
right. Okay, so yeah, that's the
Yeah.
red asteroid.
Correct. The red asteroid is at his right hand. That blob just to the left of the light halo that's being occurred because the light is shining through the asteroid field at the bottom of Uri. To the left of that light halo, that big circle in the middle of the picture, just slightly left, just slightly higher from center, is the Tan asteroid
Okay.
of the Salamander asteroid group off this bottom side of Uri. Now we will go to the text. Do you see them yet? I did not create this picture. I stole it. You know, free press and free internet and all of that. I saw this photograph. I took a capture of it. I saved it and I typed my words over the top of it. Thank you to the guy that provided it out there. I'm not trying to make money off of your work. Thank you. I'm not trying to infringe upon your copyright, but it was so cool I had to use it because he's absolutely 100% correct. Whoever made this picture, you are right. This
Wow.
is Wormwood. This is the harbinger of doom from the Mayan calendar, 2012. The skull guy in the middle, that face. We watched the skull asteroid coming in, and it's right behind in the upper left corner.
What was the context of this picture, Sam, before you got a hold of it?
Everything. I didn't touch the picture other than to type words over the bottom and words in the upper right corner. I did not change the picture at all in any way, shape, or form.
So the Reaper, all that was
That was
big-
created and laid over from someone else that understood, and it may be an offshoot of
Now,
my
that's
work.
my question. Do you think they understand what this picture is?
Like, was it somebody in the group or just?
By the capture, I mean the edge of Uri right here and the Tan asteroid
Yeah.
and the Salamander asteroid group is exactly correct because that is Wormwood, the destroyer. If you go to God, Earth the Brain, the Egyptian Ra and all of that, the lore of Ra being on his ship flying above Earth. And he would stop the worm with his mighty staff. No, you cannot. You know, you can type in on YouTube Ra versus Apophis. Apophis is also Wormwood, the great beast, the great worm. And you and I, Jesus, over the years have talked about what else we saw in the clouds above that. The tip of where the Reaper's blade is showing.
A lot of creepy shit.
And I
up
see you
there.
smiling already.
A lot of creepy shit.
Yeah,
up there.
there is so much going on this right here. Again, yes, excellent. God, Rebecca, you are good. Perfect timing.
Oh boy.
You know, we
Oh,
had
okay.
we had some really intense
You are truly source led.
discharges here recently. There was a cool video of discharges basically in the same exact spot.
Let's examine the color.
It needs to go here in Salt Lake.
We'll
So much
go down to
is
the basics.
purple.
Let's do science. Bingo.
Yeah.
And what do we know about purple lightning? Jillian, where does purple lightning come from?
High up, 80,000 feet.
Right, which is
Maybe.
just above the outer atmosphere, correct? So
Mhm.
how can we have weather? because our standard weather goes at max to supercell level 35, 38,000 feet. So at 80,000 feet from purple lightning, what would cause an electrical discharge to Earth from 80,000 feet?
Something that's outside our atmosphere.
Close passing asteroids. Look at the upper clouds, middle top, middle left. Look at the dark areas first, not the lightning.
Yeah, look at those little suckers. Look, it comes right out of there.
Base cloud of Uri.
Wow.
And the millions and
Yeah,
millions,
Uri.
Rebecca, we have that old footage, and look at the purple also, because there's a purple illumination influence always of Uri at the base from Attu, because Uri and Attu always travel right next to each other. It's sort of like the two gas giants are connected, because we've even seen this interstellar base cloud that reaches between the cloud of the asteroids, leading all the way from the bottom and behind Uri, reaching sometimes into Saru. I mean, there's we barely ever even talk about the millions, if not billions, of asteroids behind Uri.
Oh wow.
Reaching close
Yeah,
to Saru.
If we see the little ones in
Yeah,
front,
I mean,
imagine what's behind them. Oh my God.
We saw those going back, 2013-ish, going back in the early years. And that's what's crazy hilarious about this, is how many years we go back on this information. And there's no way to share all of this stuff that we learned, all of us together from around the world. And, this is why I come off as, nut job all the time, because I have this exuberance and overzealous nature with a base understanding of what I see at a cognitive level that in sometimes unfortunate scenarios I can't personally explain within a few breaths at the campsite fire cup of coffee. But I mean, you guys, this shit it's so freaking real. And Jesus, I'm going to let you go here. Remember when you were back in New Mexico, and you watched the overpassing of Attu's moon for the first time, and you freaking knew.
I'll carry that with me till the day I die. So I'll carry that memory with me, as vivid as the day it happened. I had to. Got so frigid cold, my hands were stiff. I had to run inside because I couldn't hold the camera anymore.
Wow.
It was not. It was at dawn, so my camera didn't quite capture it as well as I was hoping for, but I certainly did see craters literally above me. It was the craziest sight I've ever.
You need to promote that regularly, by the way.
Craziest shit I ever seen. Craziest shit.
I think that's some of your best footage as well.
But it does not do it any justice. It just doesn't do it any justice.
Well, would you please repost a copy on any of and all of the sites? Like Skywatcher 1, Skywatcher 2. Even go to my personal page. Give me a copy.
I'm gonna look for it.
Give me a copy of that. So I'll save a copy of that. Please. And I do recommend people. This is the time for you to plug your site to people out there that maybe don't know that you have your own site.
And it's interesting because that whole week there was the craziest videos I've taken of Attu's moon. There's some really interesting. I posted it on my I don't have a Facebook group, but I do have a YouTube channel, which is
right. Well, I'd love to see you.
Already here.
Your silver plaque.
I'm sorry, what was that, son?
Oh.
I didn't know.
No, I'd love to see you get your plaque. You're a YouTuber, man. You are a YouTuber. You went to a Comic-Con or whatever you want to call it, and you tried to share your information with other scientists or occupiers of citizen science, and they didn't want to listen to you. And I'm very happy that you have now gone through that. It may not have been comfortable, but this is something that you needed to do to now experience the level of your personal knowledge that you are a master expert of this information. You have spent the time for your doctorate as well. You have earned all of this.
That's really what I got out of it. I got a deeper appreciation of the knowledge that I have, and a deeper awareness, because again, we're so desensitized to it because we see it on a daily basis. But after going to this event, I realized that we are a handful of very lucky people to be able to have the presence of mind and to know the right person.
You remember,
and tell the right person, because I saw this for 2 years before I understood what was happening, until I came across you, Sam. I was taking videos randomly for 2 years until I came across you. It was driving me insane. I think I may have gone mad had I not found out what it was. But I didn't understand it. I saw it for years. I didn't understand it. I think there's a lot of people out there probably
I love
experiencing
this.
the
Keep
same
this up.
thing. I think there's a lot of
Please,
people.
Rebecca, this is a very, very important picture.
A lot of
Okay.
This is a
people.
very
I
important
know. I love
picture.
this one.
This is
It's a
great
good one.
This is a brief time lapse. Notice the red line of the traffic lights. That's the tail lights of the cars that have gone by. It's a brief time lapse. It is not a major time lapse. This is a brief time lapse. But I want you to look at the dark areas first, not the lightning. Christopher, what do you see?
I see two definite areas of rounded areas, and it's got to be asteroids under Attu's moon and Attu behind it, maybe.
The hair bigger. You're looking at Uri is the darker rounded line coming from the upper right corner, going down all the way down to the lower middle left behind the high tension wire tower. The discharge is off the base of Attu's moon, with Attu behind it in front of Uri. This picture was taken in 2019 or 2020 in September. This is the close pass of the planetary group of the two gas giants and all their asteroids below them in September.
Wow.
On the lower right is the real sky. Everything from the street sign, middle left horizon, all the way to the upper right corner is planets. You're looking at Uri, Attu, and Attu's moon, close past, discharging along with several asteroids underneath it. And you're looking at 3 or 4 or 5 major asteroids above the right-hand street sign at the horizon on the roadway. And you look just above that, and you'll see several darker dots that are not raindrops. Drops on this lens. We have to ignore that. But this was a close pass event in September, and these are planetary discharges between the close bodies of the close passing planets, and it's all purple lightning.
Wow.
Yeah.
The
That's
planets
pretty
do
cool.
not crash, they don't collide, they repel. Now, we watched years ago, many years ago, 2011, 2012, 2013, we saw this discharging going off between Attu and Uri and the object cluster group, which we have transitioned into calling it the OCG. The reason we called them objects, because at that time, we didn't have the absolute scientific asteroids or moons. We're still in stipulation over some of the larger objects, whether they're asteroids or moons, until we get a close-up. I'm trying to chew on my cough drop here and not joke at the same time as I talk. But we have documented this over many years, and we try to tell the new folks out there, if it was up there, we would have seen it by now. And this all goes back to what Rebecca has done many, many videos on, which is some of the disclaimer information, the misinformation, the trying to give us disinfo so we don't know what to believe or who to believe, or that Nibiru is just another crazy conspiracy theory, along with this, that, and the other thing, and the Q and the what, God, I can't even think of it. I put it so far out of my brain. The sun sims and all of this crap. And I mean, we get people regularly talking about HAARP still to this day. Whoops, I said that publicly.
They're mad.
HAARP.
Doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, some of this is real, and most of it is gone. But people have to, and we talked about this in the last week's show. And I got to plug it again. And for example, the arrival of the Norway spiral orb, and how highly discounted that got, and how far that got slammed to the ground and pushed away and clipped.
Well, there was a lot of videos, Sam, that came out after that were fake, and I think that was done purposely because it was. I think it was done purposely because there was a lot of them that were like obviously computer generated, and I think it was a way of kind of mixing bad information.
They didn't show
real. And they flooded.
They did not show the object. They didn't show the Norway spiral object come out of the middle of that damn wormhole. And we have, on Montana Skywatcher, this is part of what you were talking about earlier, Jesus, where we are so ahead of the information. We've gathered this worldwide information from credible sources for so many years that we've been able to culminate the fact from fiction, because comparative analysis of multiple sightings, not just one. And we were watching I was watching and recording the Empire Orb, or the Norway Spiral Orb. It took us years to call it the Empire Orb. We called it the Norway Spiral Orb at first. We watched that come in 2009 over Germany. And by the way, all the presidents from all the G7 countries at that day on that time were in Germany. So they watched this shit happen for a reason. And I cannot elaborate beyond that, because then I'm going to be reaching into classified. So I got to leave that there. So I'm telling you, this is information that's very seriously and drastically important. They arrived before the planets did for a reason. And we'll leave it at that. And I'll keep moving on. So people, we took the time to watch this shit happen. This is the greatest, coolest, most awesome freaking story that ever freaking was. And if you don't get on board with this 14 plus years worth of information, frankly, you're a fool, because we are number one. We are the number one Nibiru twin solar system, binary planet, electric universe, information life source out there. And we work hard for this. All of us have, Christopher, Jesus, Rebecca, Jillian, and hundreds, if not thousands or hundreds of thousands of other people that work and send us all this information every day for 14 years. Please continue.
Tom Patrick says, what if the shadow band is a SIBA reflection? I initially
saw that.
But if you look at that picture, the shadow is behind the lightning. It's definitely behind the lightning. It's behind a lot of things. So yeah, it doesn't overlap the lightning, and that tells me
we learned
that it's there.
We watched the planets discharge when they were smaller in space. We would watch the discharges between Uri and Atu, and then the object cluster group underneath. And they would
the SIBA wouldn't be reflecting that way. I mean, what SIBA would go across like that?
Right.
I mean,
and on the
maybe this way.
I've seen things like this as well. I mean, really, what is that? I just seen it now in a picture I took tonight. It's like a black band behind. It's weird.
And it goes all the way across down to the horizon. I really don't think this is a reflection. I really don't.
Right, and you can see one of the big asteroids on the right, like Sam said, above the stop, not right above the stop sign, but more to the left.
Yeah, there's like a ball there.
bouncing off of an object right there in front
Yeah,
of the
there's
band.
a ball there, like a black ball. And then there's
I
a
don't
big
know if
long
that's the
thing.
tan asteroid or just another one, or I don't know which one it is, but you can see there's two little dots of electricity from the lightning smashing onto that object.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Thunder, it is absolutely possible to see the surface of the planets. I can tell you, I've seen it myself.
Yeah.
I've seen craters. I've
Yep, me
seen the shadows
Mountains.
of
Mountains, ice rain, land masses,
yeah,
lakes, oceans. We've
absolutely.
seen lights of the
Guys,
cities. We have seen the city lights on the side of passing planets at
Wow.
night.
Crazy.
We've talked about this for years now, and when in 2012 when Nibiru went by, we saw land masses by eye. You could just sit there. All you had to do was stare in 2012 into the southwest sky during the day, and you could see these freaking Nibiru standing right there. And I watched concentric orbit moon Nana and Amel Saru concentrically orbit each other for hours. And I was trying to scream that to my 80 members of Montana Skywatcher 1 back then. And over the years, we've grown to, hundreds of thousands of people we've been talking to around the world trying to get. Yes, it's crazy. Yes, it's just like unbelievable.
It's batshit crazy.
We watched
It's
it
batshit
happen.
crazy.
We watched it happen, and it's here. It's real. It's happening. They're so
Well,
huge now. It's confused.
You know what so you know what the vibe, you know what I from being at this event, Sam, and talking to people about Nibiru, this is what I got out of it. Everybody expects the whole Nibiru thing to be, well, they're gonna come crashing into us, and I think that's where people stop, right? They
Right.
don't want to hear that. I tried to explain to people, and I think this is where I lost a lot of the people that I was talking to, how it doesn't work that way. How planets repel, and that's kind of where people were just. I'm not sure if it just went over their head or I would lose them. Like I would, once I got into it, they would just kind of give me this look like this is kind of beyond my education, as you say, and I feel like I would hit a wall once I got to that point. I think it is just so hardwired into people's head that Nibiru is this planet that's going to come and smash into us, and that's it. And people don't want to think about that.
Because
I
it's
really
not
tried to
just one
explain that's
planet.
not what happened, but it seemed like people were either like, "Why? How would you know that?" or just completely uninterested because it just seemed too much for them. Like they just don't want to think about that. And I think that's what makes this group of people here different, is that we don't look at this with fear. We don't fear this. We marvel at it, and I think that's what it should be. We should marvel at this. It's all part of the process, guys. It's all part of the process.
It's
We
part
wouldn't
of the
have-
beautiful pattern.
Earth
Part of the
wouldn't-
beautiful.
I don't think Earth would be as plentiful and as bountiful and as nourishing as it would if they didn't have this re-breaking of the minerals and all this stuff, even though it comes at a cost, and it's the cost of life. I see it as part of the process. I don't feel it's like people, as I mentioned, it's like volcano eruptions. Yes, they're destructive, but what happens after a volcano eruption? The land is lush and it's lush and very productive, and the amount of minerals and nutrients that are in the soil are just so. It makes for a very productive soil and very productive life. Just explodes after
The Neolithic age.
after an eruption. It gives life. It takes life, but returns it 10 times full. So it's part of the process. It's not something to fear, guys. It's just something that happens. And I mean, there's some fear there, of course, but you can't just focus on that. It's part
We
of
have
the
to
process.
enlarge our focus. We have to
It's not
make
something-
how we
not
perceive
something-
time bigger. We're not
Yes.
looking back far enough.
Exactly. We have to look at it in a bigger context than we do. We can't just think of it as a local, this is happening to me. It's more like something that happens to the earth, so the earth can continue to be what
Normal
it is.
cycle. Normal. It
And
happens
I
over and
think
over and over
until
again.
people make that leap from fear to just accepting this as a part of the cycle, as what Earth goes through, and it's what makes it plentiful and bountiful, and makes the Earth welcoming to life. It's just part of the process, guys, and that's it. It's not something to fear. It's something to marvel. It's something to admire. It's something to be in awe. I mean, it's just. It's as incredible and amazing as it is scary. I'm not gonna say it isn't. There's been times where I've had times, and it's happened in the last probably 2 cycles, where I've had moments where I've been so afraid that I question what we're doing. I've had those moments where I'm like, maybe it's best people don't know this. But one of the guys at the event said something that I really agree with. Who the hell are they to tell me I'm not ready for this information? And I'm a firm believer that people have the right to make that decision on their own. We don't have the right to take that away from them. And
to answer the question that's posted at the bottom of your screens, it is not a vessel. We live in a binary solar system. We have 2 sets of planets and 2 stars. Those 2 stars are attached to an electron cluster, a main central vastly large gas giant known as Emiru or Hercubus. That gas giant is an on-deck star. It will eventually become a star. But we are an electrical universe. We are a compound in chemistry. The planet Nibiru is not a ship. You cannot manipulate it into one through internet rumor and gossip. I do apologize. I'm not trying to say you're wrong, but I am trying to correct your science. We have absolute documented proof over 14 years worth of back research going through hieroglyphics, knowledge about Rome and Egypt and Samaria and the Hittites and the on and on and on and on, and from Indian populations and from the Malaysians and from Australian lore and from the northern Germanic tribes to the Celtic tribes to the Irish folk, all the way to the American Indians, cross-referencing Hopi and South American and all of that. And going even before that, we've done the research, background information. We know what we're talking about. We are the #1 authority on Nibiru. Main reason is that I expected them to come. I have known about the binary solar system since 1978. According to my calculations, according to my understanding of subatomic chemistry and the equations of Einstein's that I completed, that were apparently shocking to the scientific world, that he had never completed, and I looked at as simple and basic if you just examine the reality behind it, that the same rule that happened in the tabletop also exists in space. It is not astrophysics, it is astrochemistry. And once you cross-reference that information, you can add Enoch, you can add the Emerald Tablets, you can add any lore or any reference to any religion going throughout history in the equation of the binary solar systems. The Greeks knew, the Romans knew we had 2 suns, the Egyptians knew we had 2 suns. There has been a serious manifest destiny to curb that information away from us, ripping it out of the Bible, from Enoch, going on through the many other prime directive pages beyond Enoch as well. And there's some subtext books of Enoch that were never canonized by the Roman Catholic Church and have been removed over many millennium, and which matches literally the Egyptian doctrine and the Sumerian doctrine and the Hittites and the Aryans and on and the Indians, and I could go on for the next week. The point with it is that we only go back in known, accepted, generic science 5,000 years, and yet 8,000 years and 12,000 years. 12,000 years ago, there was a mass civilization in central southern Africa that is not even discussed because they're not allowed to, because, oh my God, that breaks, our understanding of European science, and we can't document that, nor can we give you credit for this, so we're going to ostracize you and sink your career, which is exactly what happened to me. These people felt so strongly about my paper that I had defined that we had to be of the soft metals group and producing X, X, and X. And I had finished equations in class that they couldn't believe that I could do at age 17. And what do they want? They run up to me and stomp on me and then tell me that I can't tell you. So once my non-disclosure ended, past the January date all the way up to April, because I waited till April. I gave it several months just in case I was wrong before I even started talking about this. And then once I saw the planets coming here, I went, oh shit, they're here. Oh shit, this is real. Because they don't bother 17-year-old teenage hippies back in the 70s. They don't bother you for being wrong. They don't force your teachers into non-disclosure agreements for being wrong. I mean, my favorite teacher slammed my door, the door on the classroom in front of me, and told me I was not allowed to ever attend her class ever again, because I refused to take the job that they were trying to force me into. So
one of my favorite things to tell people, Sam, is I don't deal with crazy people. Why do you? And if you were crazy, they would have just ignored you, which I think is the same case for any of this. I get a lot of the laughing emojis lately have been everywhere. Everything that I post, I get laughing emojis. I recently commented on our friend Geomagnetic Earth Guy. I commented one of my videos on, and he has yet to respond. I don't think he's going to, honestly. If he hasn't by now.
Yeah, he stopped responding to me. He talked to me once, I think.
Yeah, he's not. But I've gotten a lot of comments on that comment, and God, the comments are just so batshit crazy. Alaska webcam is probably the biggest comment. They're comparing it to Alaska webcam. Like this.
God, people.
This is not Alaska webcam shit.
By the way, for anyone who doesn't understand that comment, Alaska webcams are predominantly, absolutely, historically referenced to nothing but lens flares that are inaccurate and completely they are the batshit crazy. We stopped using Rebecca, tell the story about what happened to our favorite Caribbean and our Italian and our Swiss Alps and our Germany and all of our Mexican webcams over the last few years.
Oh, well, yeah, I know. Someone was asking me the other day, what webcams do I know about? And I had to stop and think about it. I was like, I don't know of any good ones like I used to. And, we reminisce over the Mexico webcams, how great they used to be. And now they just had their cameras pointing at like intersections or smoldering volcanoes at night. Like they'll have it pointing at a volcano day and night, it does nothing. So instead of the sunsets like they used to be, just off the hook. So it's frustrating. I miss it.
So we over the years we have lost our ability to reach out around the planet and connect to these webcams for live experiences that we could document and do collective cross-referencing to fact check. And we've done a lot of that in Skywatcher 1 and Skywatcher 2 and then Nibiru Followers Anonymous over the years. And we the reason that we base our information is not through supposition, but through member citizen scientists from around the world contributing every day, everywhere. I mean, we get Rebecca and I both get bombarded with information that people send us every day. And we have to, weed through it, which is where we spend a good portion of our time. And, if you tried to talk to me and I haven't been able to get back to you, don't get mad at me. I do try. There's so much stuff coming in. It's hard. Although if you really want to, get a hold of me, you write me a letter. my PO box. Anyway, so the point with it is this information has been so documented for so many years now. We are not talking out of our noses or our backsides. We're
And
trying to share this information. Go ahead.
we are following the scientific method. We're repeating, we're experimenting, we're repeating results over and over again, from different places around the world. Recently, I don't know who it was. Katie Joe, you posted a picture on somebody's post that was the exact same thing. In two different places. I think. Okay, so Katie Joe is in New Jersey.
New Jersey.
Is that what she is? New
Mhm.
Jersey. Okay, and then the picture was like from, I don't know, a few states over, but it was the same
Florida.
day, the same exact rainbow. You know how we have that, it's like a odd rainbow reflection that we get with those close passes. Same color, same rainbow, same everything. On the same day. I'm like, that is a scientific method. We are following the scientific method. We're repeating results. We're experimenting. We are repeating these results over and over again. You know, there's more evidence. This would be a slam dunk case in court. It
That's
would.
what I thought.
It would be a slam dunk case.
Slam
I
dunk.
don't care what anybody says. We have piled so
Ah.
much evidence that it's just if you refuse it, it's because you just aren't ready for it. But the evidence is definitely there.
Hundreds of thousands of photographs going back a decade and beyond, proving
Yes.
the close passing planets got bigger and bigger and bigger. We learned what they look like. We learned their colors. We learned what their base clouds. When they approach closer, there's this atmospheric occurrence that happens between planets. We learned at the discharging of them, and we made assumptions that had to be correctively true because we watched them discharge from thousands of miles away from us in space and push and repel away from each other cycle after cycle, which is what we talk about when we talk about the 180-day cycle and the summer orbit versus the winter orbit, and how the planetary rotations and placements of these planets have gone from the early days when they were spiraling towards us from underneath on the left-hand side of us, and now they're coming over to the top of our right shoulder. And all of this documentation has proved time and again to be accurate. And we have not varied from that same stipulation all those 14 years ago till today. And it is accurately showed rotation, placement, and facial illuminations and land mass descriptions and base cloud descriptions and interplanetary electrical reactions that are going on in these storms. And we've documented these major storms that have gone through with the close pass asteroids over the years from 2019, 2020, 2021, 2, 3, 4. And now we're getting ready. We are right now. We are going to see some really cool shit happen. Mark my word.
Yeah. Tara, I've been meaning
Don't
to get
doubt that
back
one
to you. You send me
Yeah,
a
six.
mess.
Every
send me a
day.
mess- Sorry, go ahead.
What's going on?
You're frozen.
Continue.
Keep-
Go ahead,
Was I
Jesus.
am I back? I don't know. I was talking and nobody was saying anything.
It
I
was
thought maybe
just
they
like-
can't hear me. Can they
it's
not
like
hear
we
me?
could hear you, but you're like frozen, and it's so laggy. It is so weird. No, I was saying,
Yeah,
Tara,
it's so
I
laggy. I don't get it.
even when you talk, you sound a little. I'm not gonna
Yeah,
say.
so-
I'm not gonna say like a robot, but somewhere before the robot.
Maybe I should
But-
reboot. Should I
Tara, you
reboot?
sent me a PM recently about how religion, how this whole thing has affected your stance on religion, and I'm glad to hear that it didn't really kill your belief, but I really love how you said how it's a different interpretation now, knowing this information, which is kind of what happened to me. I was never really big on religion, but I grew up Mormon, and so religion has always been. I think it's been a part of everybody's life at some point or another.
I think it's one of the primary reasons why we're all here as well, because we all thought, well, in religion, I'll feel that connected feeling, that I feel like something's broken, like something's not right inside my being, like I'm not connected to something. I'm meant to be connected. What is it I'm meant to be connected to?
I think we look for that in religion, but
we look for it in religion, but it's not that, because it's already once you start learning what it is.
But there's a lot of truth in the Bible. But I think it's misinterpreted, and I think once you understand the binary system and you understand some of our history and even future events, that are probably going to take place. What's happening right now, when you put all that into consideration, you look at the Bible in a whole different context. And
let's talk about that.
Context.
Let's talk about the Bible. Okay, I'm going to pull out. I'm going to go back to my school days here. I'm going to pull out my little piece of paper on the wall, the one that says I've got this credit. This is my little doctorate. Okay, the Bible was written by approximately 40 individuals over time. There was a group of series of collections of paperwork throughout history that have been gathered by higher scholars or / rich men from a number of different collective masses. It was studied in Carthage. It was studied in Egypt. It was studied in Ethiopia. Now, Ethiopia was one of the first earliest refuges of Christianity and acceptance of those who believed in Christianity, which is well over 300 years past the death of Jesus of Nazareth. Now, we also need to go back, and we'll put a pin in that Jesus of Nazareth versus Jesus Christ, which is something we can talk about later. And that was the first acceptance of the refugees was in Ethiopia. Now, that's why Ethiopia to this day has the highest worldwide populace of believers in one particular sect. And they also include the Book of Enoch and multiple other additional prophesy, or there's numerous different words for it. But anyway, the acceptance of Christianity was debased by Rome for hundreds of years following the crucifixion. Now, the crucifixion did not take place where everyone is understandingly believing it normally happened, because the Skull Rock was where the crucifixion was supposed to occur generically for Roman prisoners at that time. And you also have to remember that area was not as base, ignorant, like, where they talk about the Nazarene and all this living in a tiny village. This was actually a seaport area where it had numerous languages being spoken in the village marketplaces as well. But and then we can talk about what happened to post-crucifixion with Jesus of Nazareth. But anyway, to round out the whole story, the documents that are considered valid or canonized that we believe in today, which are in the current Bible, the generic English translation. Now, depending if you have the King Richard version versus the pre-text original English translation, or if you go all the way back to the Ethiopian translation, you're going to find different parable scenarios. Now, a parable, it has to do with the overall choice of canonized. There's back that word there, where we talk about canonized or accepted echelon information that has been respected by the rich man who rewrote the Bible to our current translation. So what we have to realize is that we have been lied to ever since the early dawns of the Spanish Inquisition in 1444, where they burnt documents, they destroyed relationships between the Muslims, the Moors, the Arabs, the Jews, the Catholics, and everybody. And that's when they stopped talking. And that's when Spain, from the early Spanish, there were 2 Spanish Inquisitions, look it up. But in 1444, at the culmination of the realization of chemistry and the modernization of early medieval man, and a new era in science in the 1400s, as well as 500 BC, was another era of enlightenment that people don't understand. You look it up, do your research. But the point with it is, we've been indoctrinated into a reality of what Rome is and what Christ is, and our base religions, and our Buddhist and our Muslim and our Sunni and our, all of these arguments of war that we're having over religion have been manipulated. And when I met an off-world extraterrestrial, and he corrected me on the background information behind that, it took me 25 years to be able to deal with it tolerably, which we go back all the way to the beginning of the show where Rebecca and I were talking about how I'm religious and so is she. Because we went through this when Rebecca was an early member of Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you got thrown out. You got thrown out, didn't you?
I did. I was like, I was breaking all the rules, doing what I thought was the right thing, and I now see it totally differently. But yeah, I don't know how many months I waited to get back in the group. Like months.
Well, I had a few
many requests. Yes. Wow.
I remember you being gone. I remember when that happened. I remember.
Well, I
couldn't believe it.
I had a really strict policy in the early days. We were doing science.
No
only.
religion.
And then when people broke the religious rules over and over and over and over again, I finally, I don't, you guys ask me, I don't block a lot of people. I've been accused of blocking people, and it's like, I don't do that. But you were removed along with other people. And then I had people come and they petitioned. I had a handful of your friends back wrote in PM private message to me. He's going, you got to let Rebecca back in. She promises not to misbehave and she'll follow the rules.
Talk about Jesus anymore.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing is that, and this is what's admirable about this group of people here. I think, okay, so I was seeing somebody mention is that the people who can change according to the evidence, okay, that's the difference between somebody who's not going to really move forward and somebody who's just going to stay stuck. And especially when it comes to religion and people, you're able to change your way of thinking based on evidence. And that to me is what is normal. That should be normal behavior, right? And we don't see that as often as I would like to see. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, adaptation of the species. You've got to adapt.
There would have been, most people would have just stood their ground and said, "Screw Sam," and not even look at it like maybe I'm wrong.
Well, we all have to ask that big one, number one major question. The number one question every time you watch anything, ever, you have to say, according to whom?
Yeah.
Who wrote this? Who is telling me this?
Right. Of course.
Do I have a memorable knowledge of this person showing me examples of evident fact? And I've said this 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, whatever. I don't want to exaggerate, but anyway, you have to, if it's comfortable and it fits, it's true. If it's complicated and confusing,
sometimes it's going to be uncomfortable though. learning
Well, yeah,
this
yeah,
information and
true. Very,
accepting
very,
it
oh, yeah. God.
is
You,
not going to
yeah.
be comfortable. Like you're going to struggle with it. I struggled with it. I still struggle with it sometimes.
Rebecca.
I still have moments where I'm like, you're freaking crazy, dude.
Yes, sir, I am. Yes. You know what
Yeah.
happened?
I think
Yeah,
all
in
of
that-
us here can relate. I think all of us
Yeah,
here can
hey,
relate.
look, I will be the first to admit, in that 25 years that I was in hiding after my abduction from aliens from another planet that told me the difference between reality on Earth versus what every one of you, me, and everybody else, Joe Facebook, understands in comparison, even including the part where I was doing the Far Seeing Academy by the government that I had to walk away from, and they actually let me go, thank God. Although we were talking about that earlier, where I like where would I be if I would have got along with that and kept doing it and been a prisoner on the Air Force Base, etc. Because they gave me the keys to my house and the keys to my car day one, but it was on an Air Force Base, and I would be
Right.
followed every day the rest of my life if I would have worked with them. Although I do have a government rated IQ, and I've proven that to all of you guys. I don't even have to. You know, I'm not going to even brag about it. But anyway, point with it is like Rebecca and all of you guys have gotten here because of this information. It is that important. And that's why I got mad about this. It's like, we have to share this. Man has and has to know about this.
Yeah. And I'm not gonna lie, like even after, especially after this this event that I attended, I realized that a lot of people are gonna struggle with it, and a lot of people may not be ready for it. But again, who are we to take that away from somebody? Well, I don't have the right to do that. Nobody has the right to take that away from somebody. Nobody.
How far do we, how deep do we want to go with Alice in Wonderland tonight? Can you go back to the question that was just before that? Gnostic text is good reading. Yes. The Jews and the Gnostic.
Here he is.
Okay.
About the aliens.
Right. Okay. Let's talk about fallen angels. Okay. Let's examine that in the basics. Christopher.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Christopher, wake up, sir.
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about fallen angels. Okay. Where? Okay. Well, where were fallen angels discussed?
In the Bible?
I have no idea, honestly. I that's one of those things I don't know where it originated from.
Remember, we need to ask why. We need to ask. Okay. They were discussed in numerous texts in Sumerian, Egyptian, Romanic, and Germanic texts, and including Jewish and Moorish, etc., Arabian, everything, including Indian texts. Okay, the angels, the gods, pantheon, multiplex pantheons. Okay, Roman Catholic Church called fallen angels. They were beam downs or ship brought down members of the Anunnaki from the other planets. They ruled kingdoms and mass projects on planet Earth, many cities in many cycles prior to the one that we are in. This is not the only cycle. We have reached a tech level on planet Earth within our cycle of the last passing of the Nibiru group. This is not the only one. We are not going to be destroyed. We are going to be remodeled and start over. Now we are placed here. And this is the information coming from off-world. We are self-replicating biotools that live on a rock-type planet here to mine the commodities needed for the higher races on the larger binary solar system. That is the Anunnaki, the larger connection to the giants. You have a milestone of information to look up behind that. Now remember, when the Earth was younger than we are today, prior to the Ice Age, including the Ice Age, animals and beasts and everything was very much larger, including the giant race. Man, smaller versions of man, and there have been many in millions of years, because we are not of a cycle within the last 12,000 years, or 24,000 years, or 56,000 years. There's a hell of a lot of room between 65 million years ago, when the dinosaurs were basically removed and the mammal took over. And we don't even know if there was another race that may have evolved prior to us and have actually grown and flown away from Earth, or live under Earth in Middle Earth, Agartha. Okay, why do you think all of these tales and all of this lore and all of these legends exist? If you find your middle ground, Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm. Why?
You
Why would they
eliminate
do
all
that?
of the other possibilities.
Why would they say middle all the time? Like, Middle Earth, middle.
Well, mythology, I think, is based on, everybody writes off mythology as it was just, stories people told around the fire. But where do these stories, start from? Where do they originate from? Yeah, we're very imaginative people, but there has to be some context for some.
I
of
have
these
spent a
stories are
lifetime
just-
studying magic, and when I remember day one to this day, when I was old enough to go to the library at age 5 and I could read, I went looking for the magic book section. It did not exist. So I spent a lifetime looking for that, and I did find magic. I found out how to do magic. I was told by the government that I can see things. And I went, oh, I don't believe you. This is silly. Why me? And then I turned in my work. I did my thing. I spent my time. I went into hiding the moment they let me go. And then later on, I was met by other factions. And I questioned that. I said, why? And they're not going to tell you because they don't want to blow you away, because it's already way more than you can handle already. Christopher, a year ago, 2 years ago, did you ever think you'd be here today?
No. Mm-mm.
So it's always
2
more
years
than
ago, no.
It's always more than you understand at the time.
Right.
And I was led into a point of understanding that I went into hiding for many, many years. And then I realized, excuse me, it's not me, it's them, which is kind of arrogant and weird. But I was kicked out of every school I ever went to because, and then, they handed me this government rated IQ crap that I never even cared about. I went, oh, okay. Everybody can think this shit, man. Anybody can, solve an Einstein equation. I didn't even know. I didn't even think that you guys didn't know this crap. I thought everybody knew this until I watched the planets come in. And that's where we are today.
Sam, that's how I felt at this event. I felt like it's something that everybody would be able to follow, as long as I was very confident that all I had to do was show people my video.
That you would just get at least just one person.
Yeah.
That
And
was-
then I realized that I don't know, some people we have to be more
It really
patient.
is only for
because
certain people.
Because we are very far ahead of a lot of people, and we're gonna have to be just a little bit more patient and realize that just because things come very natural to us and we are very open to it, your average person is not at all.
Do you have Rebecca? Do you have Andy Pohl's picture? That moon picture alone Matthew's Moon, the frontal picture. I'll send you a copy again.
Okay,
And if
maybe you should
you
send
need
me that because I'm not sure. I do have some of his pictures ready. Well, not ready. I've been working on some of his things because he's going to be a
I
show
sent you like
soon.
I think I sent you like
Right.
4 of them, but earlier today.
Okay,
but
let me
no
look.
worries. I'll go there.
Whoops.
Tara,
I'll
I'm
find
really
it.
glad.
Uh,
I'm really glad that you were able to get over your religious thing, and also not completely shut the door on that side of you.
Sorry.
But it is.
Let's do
I
it.
really found that last PM that you sent me very interesting that you felt that way, because everybody struggles very much with everybody that's religious in any way, which is most of the world, struggles a lot with this and religion. Like people feel like you have to pick either one, and I don't say necessarily. I do feel I still have some faith, not in man's religion, but I do feel that there is something greater out there. I'm a firm
Right.
believer.
Remind me what I was looking for.
To me, I think it would be
I was
in
gonna-
the
And
shape
the
of
post
Andy's
more
picture.
pictures.
Okay, yeah, I got the Facebook and I was like blank. Duh.
I also just wanted to add
Okay,
it was because of me being so religious that I even had curiosity in Nibiru. You know, it was because I was getting into religion, and then they're like, "Oh, it's the end of the world. It's end times. It's Nibiru. It's you know." So that's what got me to looking into Nibiru, and then I found Sam pretty right off the bat, really. So but it was only because I was getting into church at that time, and like 2014.
So things happen. Yeah, things happen the way they're supposed to, and that was
Uh-huh.
part of your training,
Yeah.
so to speak.
Right.
Mm.
I had to go through it to get an understanding of it, so I went through it. But it wasn't 2014 when I got into religion. I mean, I was brought up that way from birth, and I've been every denomination you can imagine. I've been there. I've gone there. So, anyway.
Yeah, I think I started
Yeah,
when I was
right.
7. I went to little
Uh-huh.
to Sunday school or something. One of the in
Yeah.
the area we stayed in Johannesburg. There was a lady, Sister Loxton, like Sister Emily, her name was. I'll never forget her. Lovely lady, 2 little girls, and the girls were in our class at school. Well, her one daughter was, and they said, "Oh, if you all like singing, you can come to our house on Sunday, and we'll do Sunday school, and Mummy does music with a piano and stuff." And so we started going. Primarily, I just wanted to learn to play the piano, but they had been talking about Jesus and stuff, and my granny was always singing about him and going on about church and stuff. But my parents didn't worry too much about us going to church as such, because they didn't go, but they were quite open about us wanting whatever we wanted,
Mhm.
whatever made us feel
That's
good,
how my parents
you know?
were. My parents had they had their own beliefs, but they never really forced
Yeah.
any of that
Our
into us.
parents never
Mhm.
pushed anything on us, is what
Yeah.
I'm trying to
You
say.
know,
I mean, if you live in an
luckily, they
environment
weren't.
where it's,
Yeah,
it's like that,
they suggest,
Mm.
and still when I talk to my father, he's very much still into the Mormon religion, and he tells me, get back to church, all this, but he doesn't. He
Yeah, but
knows. He
also
knows and
the-
accepts my current stand.
But
on it.
another thing that goes along with this religion thing is also TV, and TV also helps to program your brain in a certain way,
Absolutely.
like
Oh my God.
subliminally, like
That is okay. So that is the thing that I really got out of this event too, is how
Yeah.
programmed we are. See, this is what I ended. What I really
and it's
took
so
out of it, too.
subtle, and
Is
nobody notices it, and nobody puts it all together, but it's a thing, it's like
fear
we're
realm.
manipulated from when we're
Absolutely.
born.
Absolutely.
Fear porn.
I don't think people realize how much TV programs people. Oh my God.
It does.
It is insane. It is insane. And
And it's
Tara,
repetitive. It's repetitive.
absolutely.
It's the
absolutely.
repetition, because when you go to school as well, if you can't fit into their systems of repetition,
Boy, do I know that one.
and then your brain jumps from beyond that, because you're like, one day you're like them, and then it's as if your brain's just popped out the socket, and it's as if you're above your
Well,
own body,
it's
watching
like all of a
everything that's
sudden
going
you
on.
do. All of a sudden you disconnect from that
Yes,
hypnosis that
and you
you've been
never
in.
get put back in again. That's the thing.
Yeah,
You,
yeah,
if you're
and
going
that's
to be
what I
one of
think.
those people that pops out, they
Yeah,
can't put you
yeah,
back in again. It's like the genie out the bottle, you know. Maybe that's
yeah.
where
Well,
that comes
it,
from.
it, it all boils
Boing.
down. It all boils down to not listening what they're telling you, but what you
Yeah.
see with your own eyes. They're
Right.
Yep,
telling you
that's what
not
I've
to
Guess
always
what?
said.
believe what
And then
you
they always
see.
And
said,
that's
"Oh, you must be related to doubting Thomas because you're trying to believe with your own eyes. Happy are those who believe without seeing." You know, stuff like that.
yeah. Tara,
But I'm
unfortunately,
not.
that's something I wish I could tell you that, you're saying, this has been an easily transition for you. That's good. You seem to be very open minded, so I can't say I'm surprised. The part of not upsetting your family, unfortunately, I wish I could tell you it's going to get better, but it probably won't. I think that's part of this whole thing that I've come to realize is that there's some things that you have to accept as being part of this. You're gonna have to accept that some people will think you're
Rebecca,
batshit crazy, and they will probably be upset at you.
Tom Patrick's comment, please.
Yeah, that Colburn
Okay.
Bible one is
Oh, yes.
interesting.
Okay, sure.
I'm gonna go grab a drink, Grace. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay.
Jesus.
All right. Tom Patrick, why does the Colburn have an Egyptian account of the Israelites' exodus from Egypt? How did
Has to do
Egypt
with
get
Yahweh, doesn't
destroyed
it?
like that and the Israelites escaped? A great deal of what that had to do with is unfortunately misdocumented time periods, but that's called the disruption in the Bronze Age. There is this major historic breakup in the period of the Bronze Age, and that boils all the way back to now. It was carried on for several hundred years afterwards, which is what is mostly documented. But the disruption was the passing of the last cycle of the passing planets. The Egyptians, the Sumerians, and many other cultures were forced to release large populations of slaves back to their home countries because they couldn't afford to feed them anymore. And it's actually recorded in the Sumerian and the city of Ur and all of that, where they actually released Abraham. Now let's also go back to the Bible. The Abrahamic doctrine of the Bible is most of what the legends and the stories of the Old Testament and Bible that we run off today. So, point taken is there was two climate changes, major climate changes that occurred after or at 1650s BC, and then 400 years later, 1250 BC. So there were the destruction of Egyptian overall rule and the transitory emperorship or pharaohship between the southern and the northern diocese of overall ruling of Egypt was transferring through many wars, et cetera, that were going on in the middle of it. But a great deal of it had to do with climate change at the passing and the oncoming of the last cycle of the binary solar system. And you can go look that up, including with Ra, and where he transitioned the entire Egyptian pantheon of gods to try and meet that of the one single sun, the sun god. But maybe, and I strongly say maybe, that was because of the coming or the reoccurring arrival of the second larger star, and the planets, and the Anunnaki, and the overlords, and the demigods. As long as you cross-reference that information in there, it makes way more sense. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, the Bronze Age, middle of the Bronze Age, we had this collapse throughout history. Climate change, migration, people disappeared, entire cultures disappeared. The Aryans moved from the upper north of the steppes of Russia, all the way down into India. There was all of this movement of the sea coastline off of Samaria, where the cities that created most of the wealth of crops and everything were suddenly buried under the oceans. And all of this climate change happened and occurred, including a huge part of desertification from Turkey all the way down to Yemen even, and all of that desertification occurred within the last cycle. However, current modern science doesn't agree with that. And yet, the only way that the pre-early Egyptian societies ever fed enough people to actually successfully build the pyramids, which, by the way, is not, the construction of the pyramids is not within standard understood timelines, because they don't even match the star charts, why they built it to match that time period, and placement according to Orion and all of that, and step pyramid and the removed pyramids and the broken pyramid and all of that. And it all moves over to farther west in the early civilizations that aren't even accounted for. You ask why the pyramid went from the west to the east to exist in Cairo, etc., and all of the other misaccurately dated temples that existed next to the Sphinx, etc., that go back thousands of years prior to that, and and all the cities and the walls all over the planet, which are 12,000 years old. That we don't dare talk about that because it's not within modern science, and we can't support that because we have no proof. Blah blah blah. Well, there have been multiple cycles of the passing planets, and we are going through another one right now. And get used to it. Pick it up, study, look this crap up. Go back 3,654 years to 4,000 years, and look what happened. There's your proof right there. And all the hieroglyphs and the carvings and the OPs and and the Mayans and the Incans and all these people, they had civilization. They had intercoastal travel between Africa and South America. I mean, we always talk about the cocaine mummies, and the only way that these guys could have ever had tobacco and cocaine in their bodies was to have direct sea connection to South America. And modern science, well, we don't know about that. Yeah, they did. There were technologies. Let's talk about Atlantis. It existed. It's real. It's in the eye of Africa, under the Sahara Desert, which changed within the last 5,000 years, even though they're saying, well, 8 to 12,000 years. No.
Or in the middle of the ocean.
Earth tip every cycle. We change. We did now. We're doing it now. There's no full rollover or pole shift. We've already moved. Our weather's already different. It may be even worse when they leave. We don't know what's going to happen when they let us go. But we'll see what happens. So, we're on top of this. We're watching it. And another sip of Coca-Cola, brought to you by Ricola. Yeah, and they don't mix.
Why the music is not working?
I'm hearing it. I'm listening to it.
So
I'm
quiet.
enjoying it.
Oh, you can't hear it? I don't hear anything.
Yeah. Oh, I do.
Huh?
Now it just changed.
No way.
There you go. Good beat.
I can hear it. It's kind of going.
Yep, I'm bobbing. I'm tapping my toe. Here we're going.
Wow.
The whole program is that we've been lied to for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. It's totally different. Caveman was not 6,000 years ago. Dragging the woman by the hair with our club. Boop, 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 boop. We have to change our point of view. We are not alone. We are a tiny rock in a very, 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 very big universe. And there are billions of universes. And we are not alone.
doesn't it sound like instead of caveman, we were actually like way, way, way more high tech, and they just flipped it on everybody, making us, it's just all made up caveman, dinosaur, whatever,
I mean, there's
Caveman, not
batteries.
caveman, yeah.
The Egyptians have pictures of electrical systems and light bulbs. The Sumerians had light bulbs. They when they first got into the pyramids, they threw all these clay pots with copper and zinc rods full of lime juice. Gee, where does that come from? A battery. And you link enough small batteries together, what do you get? A big battery. You get a broadcast power station using phi and pi. And if you guys are super science nuts, look up the cross reference between phi and pi, an equal harmonic output. I'll leave it at that. I'm hinting. Phi, phi, and pi, pie. The pyramids are not just the pyramids.
What about people being batteries?
Well, yeah, we have the highest source of energy out there anywhere. We burn off in our lifetime that which our creator takes over 2,000 years to use.
Yeah.
We are powerful. We are interesting. Question is, how do you plan to use yours?
Right.
Right. That's a good question. I don't know. Day by day.
Well, it boils down to the acquisition of wealth or the acquisition of knowledge.
I see.
The
Well,
two do not mix.
no.
And that the Bible tells
I've
us.
learned that. All right. I've experienced that just firsthand,
Like
how
a camel between
money
the
is
eye
not
of a
always
needle.
happiness. Right, right. It's true.
Yeah, and wealth is not the acquisition way. And unfortunately, see, that is part of the original sin scenario that our planet is duly suffering from right now as we appease the passing planets and we pay the tribute to the gods. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Because we are the factory planet. And I mean, how far do you want me to go down that rabbit hole? That took me many, many years of isolation to try to comprehend. And, I don't want to be the Mad Hatter coming out on the corner with my soapbox and screaming, when they're here and we're being invaded. Oh, and remember last week's show, we talked about the cubes and the starcraft that are over the top of us. And I dared, remember, I double doggone down dared people to comment on YouTube on the show after it's posted today, after the end of our show, like last week. I said, comment, I dare you, on the cubes. And guess what happened?
Crickets.
Zero. Absolutely zero.
Right.
We have
I
had
saw a bunch of Star Destroyers too when I went outside.
intergalactic massive cubed craft, as well as the Empire Orb or Norway Spiral Orb, appear over the top of Earth and has been orbiting in close proximity to us since 2009, 2015, 2017. And then an offloading of a vast, large amount of an armada, if not fleet, plural, FLEETS, fleets of ships offload and are orbiting right next to us, in front of us, in the same place since April of 2019. And no one is going to comment about that. And it's a
Why?
fact.
Why do you think that
Well,
is?
I don't know. We've been documenting it
Maybe-
for what, 8 years now? 5
Maybe
years?
people
6
are
years?
nervous. I don't know.
Hey, anybody in the comments section, comment. Let's hear your thoughts on the cubes. because they offloaded
What are your
ships.
thoughts?
That is the proof.
Yeah,
That
let's
is
talk about
why
that.
we give. That is why we give the commodities that they ask, because the fleet is here, and if we don't give it to them,
Yeah, what would happen? What would happen?
they are here. We
It's
have
gonna get
sighted
real.
them. I saw pictures of them today.
Right. Like, I guess what would happen if they didn't get their goal? Like if the world leaders or whoever, says, no, I'm keeping it. It's all from me. What would happen? What do you think they
Well,
would do
what they
about
would
it?
do is they would bring in a medium-sized lander, and then drop in a smaller craft, and they would
They turn my
they would
power off.
encircle the place in placement where the commodity is kept, and they would turn off all of the humans in that area, and they would land, and they don't need doors. They would go and take the commodity anyway. Then they would leave,
Oh,
and then about
I
15
see.
minutes to a half hour later, everybody within that region of wherever they shut mankind off would be looking around going, where did everything go? And I don't know. And then they would doubt themselves for about, the next 6 years. Depending on their clearance level. You guys have no idea what alien abduction is until you find your missing time. And the reason that I was talked to was because I was immobilized and I sat up on the table and I freaked them out because I'm not supposed to be able to do that.
Right.
And so they put me aside and handcuffed me in these really cool knee and wrist handcuffs to sit down at the edge of the door of the ship. And then they took me aside and talked to me, which is what a good portion of where my off-world information came from, in a nutshell. And it's a story I've told many, many times on many different formats: Radio Wasteland, Fight for Our Freedom Radio, Understanding the Sky series, etc., all on YouTube. But I'm trying to share this information because I'm not trying to fabricate this in any way. I'm trying to, display the occurrences as they occurred with as little conjecture as possible.
Hi, David.
Hi, David. Glad
Hey,
to see you.
here's Robert. Hi, Robert. Who else is showing up? Checking. I see Ash. Ash Puddin. Hi, Ash.
Hi, Ash. Thank you.
And I do see, I think she sent me a message about sending me a video. I haven't seen it yet, but I will. I'll check it.
Please be sure to include a very plainly written return address so that I can write you back, please. I've got one in the mail for you right now, Rebecca, and there's one in the mail for Nicole right now as well.
All right.
Mailed them yesterday.
Okay. Let's
And
see.
I got a
where
nice
was
letter
I?
from Jeremy out there in I believe he was in Canada or the UK. It's a Crown postmark, but I did not get a return address. But thank you.
Trying to get back to where I was. Sorry. Can't even take this down.
Yes, Nicole, there is
There.
one on the way toward you. Just a short ramble, I had a weird week. I just, I knew I didn't have internet. It was like off and on and off and on and off and on. I went, okay, I'm taking time off and off. And I went and I watched a bunch of movies and a bunch of documentaries and more Rome and more, Greece and, all the Peloponnesians and all. Yeah. Anyway, I dove into history again this week. It was a
there's
learned
always something to dive into, isn't there?
Oh,
when
yeah,
you get a chance?
I just ate it up. Yum, 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 yum. So if you don't have mega internet, but you do have some internet, it's like okay.
Well, I can get a chance work calls, and it will start calling shortly as well. So I'll have to.
So in other words, good night, Jillian. Are you ready? Because you're like leaning on the edge of the pictures. The box is holding up your face there.
Let me.
Yeah.
What
I didn't get a
Is it
chance to
already
see my.
12. I know. I have. Okay. Let me get back to yours. Yours.
We do ramble on,
Jillian-
so I apologize.
Hang on
for
one
not
second.
being
Let me
fast.
save it.
We did.
Because
I'm rambling.
there were
Mhm.
3 videos, but they looked like they were the same pictures. Like all of them had the same pictures.
They're probably
looked
similar. I was
like-
trying to shoot them off of the phones to make them work, and I wasn't sure if any of them worked because they kept freezing in the
Okay,
middle.
well, I have one. I couldn't tell if it was the same. I got a good one. So hang on. Let me send it
See, there's
over.
one that actually got
Uh,
music on it.
It's a little. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have. See, okay. See,
You're skipping out.
I guess your page is
Just play what you
private,
have.
so
Play
it won't.
whichever one pops into
I
your.
will.
Yeah, David, Rebecca's been a
It'll
little
be a couple of
glitchy.
minutes.
It's been a
I
glitchy
know,
kind
I-
of day and a glitchy kind of week.
Typically, it's
So
Sam.
no
but-
surprise it's going to
Interact.
glitchy end.
I think Sam passed it
Yeah,
on
I
to
know.
Rebecca today. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
I wonder.
I couldn't make my phones work at all, and everything here and there was just glitch. So no
See, I wonder
surprise
if
it's
it's
still
the
doing it.
Firefox. I wonder if maybe I should try it on. I have like DuckDuckGo. I could try it there and see if it glitches. I might try that in a second. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Hmm.
Sorry, it wasn't quite ready, but it'll just take a second. All right.
So we're all pretty quiet tonight in a strange way, aren't we?
Kinda. I mean,
I'm sitting here listening, so
I don't
Yeah,
know.
we-
Christopher's
got
very
it.
quiet.
yeah. No,
Christopher.
So I feel like
yeah,
a lot of
Christopher,
us
you're
are
off
feeling
at
it.
tonight too.
Yeah, I was,
Well,
I
then
was actually
Christopher's
sick
just a
this week.
little. Christopher
Are you
looks a
feeling
little.
better?
I'm just getting over I don't know what happened. I got sick on right after the podcast last Saturday. I
Yep,
started
me
feeling
too.
sick, and for 2 days I had a cold. I don't ever get sick. So
Seasonal transition cold.
yeah,
You look a little comfy and toasty in your little sweater, man. You
Yeah,
kinda
it's
make
good
me
forward,
wanna
man.
Get underneath the
Mhm.
blankets or something, man.
Hey, I had to turn the heater on up here. We
I had
are
to turn off
now.
I didn't turn on the heater, but I had to turn off the air conditioning last night.
It's 65 outside right now,
Yeah.
and
We've
I
been
had
getting
to
50s
at
night. We've been getting in
change
the
the
50s
furnace
already.
filters. Yeah, we'll be tonight. Will be
Here we go.
47.
okay.
There we go. There's a nice round blue blob right there.
There we go. Yeah, there we go. Come on now.
Everything's moving to the right.
There.
So weird. Go away for a week and it all changes.
Well, it's like cubey shit up there as well.
So there's that. And then after this plays, I have a few of your pictures that you sent me on slides. And we'll look at that.
Yeah, look
Oh,
at
I
that
like
one.
that picture. I saw that picture you posted, Jillian.
It's like
that was
there,
a
you
good
see?
Looks like you got a Aurora
it.
Borealis then.
Yeah, I know that as
Yeah, look at
well. A couple of times. I mean, just geez, 2 times during the week. Really?
That's
And they were
cool.
telling us here in Salt Lake that to use your camera because a lot of it you wouldn't be able to see with your eyes, but your camera would pick it up.
Yeah.
And I keep telling people that goes for everything. Like your camera sees a lot more. That's proof.
Yeah,
That
look
it's
at
not
those
just
things.
us saying that. Like It's
Those
real. Like,
blips.
cameras see a lot more than our eyes do. Remember
The
that. people.
blips.
Remember that. Try to look at it when you see something that doesn't belong in the sky. Use your camera. See the sky through the lens of a
Remember
camera.
the three in front of the red asteroid? Those are the little micro asteroids in front of the red asteroid. You
Yeah,
see
there were
the
these
third one in
blips.
the middle upper right. Barely there, but it's there. There's three of them in front, right there in front of the red asteroid, which you can't see, but it's red. And this is coming in, people. 180
That's
day
pretty
cycle,
cool. Wow.
September.
What timing?
This week, next week is going to be a show
Perfect
from hell.
timing.
Be ready. Look, you got to look this worldwide weather up too. People, well, that example of that earlier video where people, in Oklahoma or wherever are seeing these unusual close passing events that they can't even attribute in any way, shape, and form with these weird illuminations inside of them and all of this. These are close passing asteroids. They're huge. They're massive. It's beyond your wildest dreams how big this shit is. Truly, it's an event of a
Julian.
lifetime. You got to
Your
keep
old
looking up.
pictures
Isn't that
for that
pretty?
one.
Yeah, I know. Roses.
Where on earth
Okay.
was I going to in that one?
Woman in black.
Oh, so-
Dracula's
Right.
wedding.
That was the craziest thing. I had not had a black shirt on in years. I used to wear black all the time. All the time. And I quit wearing black years ago, right? And then you saw me today before the show with black on. Did
Yeah,
it look like
my-
me? I don't think it
yeah.
did.
I
had to go change clothes.
I'm wearing a warm one underneath, but I mean,
Yeah. I don't know. It looks fine on you. I don't know. I just could not get into it.
Yes,
So,
Tara. Something is
that.
coming.
No black.
Something wicked this way comes.
hmm,
And this is why we put up. I shared that picture of the Grim Reaper showing Wormwood or Apophis or whatever. It's Dan asteroid, the Salamander asteroid group, on the bottom of Uri and all of the millions of other asteroids along with it. And this month this is it. Here we go, and just watch what happens. We're already seeing it happen right now, and that was the earlier video that looked
yeah, look
completely
at that
freaky with
thing.
illuminated insides. And yet the red asteroid is so immensely huge right now. And don't forget the spiral asteroid.
Wow.
And so
And then
was
the
that.
Dan
That was
asteroid and the
immense.
size smaller. That's the bottom of Nepacity.
Right.
Enormous. It was just
Very-
literally enormous. It was
Yeah.
on top. Right? It came
Yeah, okay.
like
now,
almost as if it was left, but it wasn't really because it was in front of us.
if you looked at the horizon at the bottom of the picture in the lower left corner, you'll see
Right,
the
the
big
big
three
three.
asteroids.
Yeah.
1, 2,
Wow,
3.
that's so
Boom,
cool.
right there in the corner.
They're always there. It's so cool.
Yeah.
And notice the axis tip compared to where it's located versus the sun, which means it moved to the left. And yet Attu and Attu's moon are going over the top of beyond it and yet moving to the right, which is weird. I mean, this whole procession is just in the last, even a month or so has changed, and they're going above us and beyond us and beyond us and being facially illuminated and changing positions overall, and yet they're still right there. It's so huge. It's insane, but it's awesome.
They're so beautiful.
Drawing.
They're you never know what you're going to
Wow.
see now. Like, you do know the patterns, but they're in different places. I mean, look at that. That's two things.
Yep.
That's like two.
Oh yeah.
Isn't it,
Oh, yeah.
Sam?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That again is the bottom of Nepacity with Uri behind it, which is weird because Nepacity has been coming forward towards us and over to our right shoulder in the morning, but now it's not. Now it's going over us and in front of us on our mid left. Which
Yeah,
is-
that's it. It was as if it was on top,
And
but
that's
left.
that rotation that has moved within the last 2 months or so over the top of us as they spiral and do their normal octopus spin above us, separate of our orbit. And
I was just
every
gonna
time we
ask you
figure it out,
to highlight that comment. Sorry, Sam. Go ahead.
yeah, every time we figure it out, it changes. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but
So you're saying
Right.
Nipicity has moved in front of Yuri, kind of?
in the rotation, yeah.
Wow. 'Cause
Nipes-
it's been
at
it's
the
been
end,
behind all of that since I met you
it's
guys.
been in
Now
front
it's
of us
moving
dead
around
center
and in
for
front.
years now.
Wow, that's
Now it is
crazy.
moving in front of us, over us, and then to our left.
Wow.
As Atu is now oddly moving to our right, as those two, Yuri and Atu, go beyond Earth, behind us, and Nibiru and his Saturn on our right hand side are coming at us and forward to our right shoulder.
Okay.
And that's why the
Wow.
facial illumination of Atu and Atu's moon is so prominent, and why the side view, the angled crescent, semi-half illumination of the planet base of Nipesity is so evident, because the light is coming from the side now that it's moving from center over the top of us to above us, and then beyond to our left above us, slowly in the last 2 weeks. It's going to be hard to draw it. It really
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, I'm gonna be keen to see
Nipesity-
your picture tomorrow.
Nipesity's going to have to be in front, and then Atu and Atu's moon is going to have to be more over to the right, but yet at the top. And then Yuri's going to have to be smaller and moved up higher, yet on the left, with Saru coming in at a large angle from the entire left, cutting across the top of the sun to the right, while Nibiru is not even literally visible, yet is Saturn and that yellow moon is on the entire angle. And the other asteroids are all going to be very difficult to draw. And yet, drawing day is tomorrow. Oh my God!
Yep.
I get a sweat
You
at the
might
next
have to
12
go
hours.
early. You might have a whole lot of homework to do, Samuel.
I just
Unless you've
described
done
it
it
in the
already.
brain. Well, I just did. I mean, I just described it, so it's pretty much, orbitational model is in my head, and has been for a decade. So, and I can look at TV commercials or movies when they were filmed and see the sky and go, oh, hey, that was filmed in 2018, or hey, that's 2010, or that's 2017, or that's 2020, just by looking at the sky. I remember all of this. I remember it. I remember placement and movement, right to left. Started out spiraling at us, and then it went right, left,
That's
right,
a lot
left, right.
of patterning, Sam. That's a lot of
Yeah, well,
patterning.
Well, and I had to do this, and I
It's
had
a
to
lot
be
of it's a
accurate.
jumbled up mess. It's a jumbled up mess. I can't make heads or tails of it. I just, the way I see it is they cross over from southwest to northeast is about as much as I've been able to make out, and sometimes with the alternative different view, but that's typically what I've been seeing lately.
See, I remember going back to even when we were looking at Antarctica, and before they were even visible in the northern hemisphere, and then back even when I was like filming in 2008 and 9, and you could see it in the sky with the camera, but not by eye. And so I was placing approach and then transition of the yearly orbit change between summer oval versus winter solstice oval in our orbital model, and how that changed and went from where they were to all of a sudden them coming up from below us, which was a real jog of the brain. And then watching a close passing planet in 2009, 2010, and to this day I still haven't attributed it as much as it deserved, but realization of that they were here was huge, and the rest of course is history.
Yeah, I remember when I first realized they were here, but that was just 2016, 2017. And I seen the first one. It was just sat there very calmly next to the sun. And I thought, that really is a planet. And the word Nibiru just popped into my head. And I thought, well, I definitely have to go to the internet cafe, and the rest is history. Yeah. It's amazing how that word just pops into your head. I mean, all I did once was read The Earth Chronicles by Zecharia Sitchin. It's as if that word got burned in my brain, Nibiru, and 3,600. So I
I've
knew
never
about
heard
those
of,
two
pri-
things.
prior to Sam. I never heard of Nibiru. Well,
But I thought that
okay,
the
so
books that I found in the library were actually
you know,
just sort of some kind of mumbo jumbo. But when I
mm,
looked at the pictures more closely and seen the man had etched out pictures and
well, see,
settings in Egypt, and then another time I got a book and it was the same kind of thing. They were talking about the pyramid structures on Mars and how these things are exactly positioned as if they were way stations in our solar system. And once that thing popped into my head, I couldn't stop. I
And
kept looking
yeah,
in the internet.
Mars was a way station. You're correct.
Yeah, yeah.
can we answer Tara's question before we
We need to
get
answer. Yeah, I was just going to say, poor
too
Tara's sitting waiting for
far
the
before we
180-day
forget?
cycle question. There you
Yes.
go.
I'm
Sorry,
still
Tara.
unclear what exactly the 180-day cycle means. Okay, in the summer orbit, starting in beginning of spring in March, we're at an angle to our sun where the axis tip and our orbit model of how we actually spiral behind our star, not the other way, not in a dinner plate orbit model, but anyway, how we spiral in periods of our winter. Our axis tip is changing in the northern hemisphere. That's why we get less refractive sun. However, we are closer to the sun during winter than we are during the summer. It has to do with our axis tip and the direct angle of light on the face of the round ball Earth. Okay. With that said, during this orbit model yearly cycle, we drop down in a lower helical spiral around up behind our star. So we are lower and then away from the close passing planets. During our summer orbit, we are closer to the bottom of this passing body. We have documented the close passes storms going back to 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and seen evidence of a 180-day period, roughly, given and take. We've seen transitions where it was beyond that. Between March 20th of March 20th to September 20th and beyond. Now, last year we saw that same activity all the way through December. So this is where we give it a little gray area to the 180-day cycle because of proximity, it could be even larger or elongated because how close everything is. I mean, the planets are massive, and therefore the shit that is between the planets and us, which is all these asteroids that we've documented, they too they're between us, so they're damn close too, and they discharge and they cause freak storms and shit that isn't even on radar, and wipe out certain areas with these catastrophic freak storms and etc. So you have to really do your research to study whether or not it's a forecast storm or whether it comes out of the blue. And we have documented versions of that going back literally from 2020 on, where we connected with people around the world and documented these freak storms that went by, and we did attribute them to close asteroid passes, etc., or what we also refer to as a red Sonja storm pattern, where there's multiple thousands of lightning strikes coming from one or a small group of central objects, which are obviously a discharge of the asteroids, which in the earlier years, we saw that happening between the gas giants as well, with the object cluster group or the asteroids, which are self-illuminating, including the object or the lead object, the red, the green, the blue, etc., and all the debris behind the planets. And we have seen evidence of that illumination many years even prior to them getting close to doing close pass of Earth. So we've documented all that going many, many years back. So we know it's an electrical scenario. And we've seen the close passes where the planets discharge and the asteroids discharge off of the Earth face. That way they don't smack us. And some of the smaller debris comes in, but the overall main bodies are electrically connected to their system. They're not in Earth orbit. They're in their own collective, what we call the octopus arms. And there's two separate arms of this solar system and how it works. The orbit model. And they rotate past us and they stay in their collective electrical, and we stay in ours, and they discharge as they get close proximity to keep away from each other, which has happened cycle after cycle after cycle, which is where all the water on planet Earth comes from. Because we're a rock type planet. We're not a water planet. All the water on
I
Earth
just think
comes
it's a miracle, really. It's one of those actual miracles, isn't it? It's so beautiful, but it must have taken.
because of the electrical discharge between the passing cycles of the planets, including the close pass of smaller planet Nepesi and the rain bombs, and the electrical interspatial occurrences, the anomaly between the close passing planets, and the hyper-electrical effects of the gases between Earth's atmosphere, which is oxygen, and the spatial atmosphere, which is hydrogen, H2O, hyperactive, interactive, electrical, bipolar connection, thread link between the bodies, creates that superhighway where we've seen shafts of light going straight up and then purple shafts of bolt lightning hitting Earth to push away. Attraction and polarity reaction in a electrical chemical compound. We're not paradoxical. This happens over and over and over again. And there is a transition in the planet weather. There's a transition in the planet temperature. There's a transition in the geologic, in the the volcanic spectrum, the Earth core, the axis, all of this. We've been watching it happen, and they're panning it off with this logo or that logo, and they're going, "Oh, it's climate change. Oh, it's this bomb cyclone. Oh, it's a derecho." What they're doing is making it light, and they're honing you into a level of complacency, and we have to pay attention to this.
Tara, think of it this way. I always look forward to the 180-day cycle, which starts mid-March, early April, because that's when the coolest sightings are going to happen, because that's when we're closest to them. That's as simple as it can be put. Look forward to that time of the year, because that's when things get interesting. Although things have been changing, the 180-day cycle seems to go on a little longer.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask. Is it going to change, Sam? It won't be rigid, will it?
It's already changed. I mean, this cycle has been.
It's been different this time round.
Look at last year. We had the cycle go well into winter.
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can see that again this year as well. I wasn't trying to pre peanut butter the sandwich, but yeah, we're going to have a freaky winter one way or the other, cold or warm. I don't know which. Now we've got a cold front that's already blowing into the West Coast, which is much needed for everybody in the lower states.
I think it's going to be cold.
Southwest.
I think it's going to be.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a very
snow on our mountains already. Ben Wyvis got.
In some cases, every snowflake is a good thing in Montana, because that means we have water come summer. And currently, water is an important thing. However, around the world, there's people with way too much water, and they're having. We are seeing climate change in a way that is absolutely undeniable, and we're seeing flooding, and people are losing their homes around the world. And there's sinkholes and landslides and freak typhoons, and we are not in Kansas anymore, Toto. And people have to prepare for that. You have to, if you care about your family.
Maybe that's a name. Sorry,
what's that?
Toto.
Toto. Yeah. No, my little dog Toto. Yeah, the Toto.
There's always a word Sam says, and it kind of sparks you, and you're into something else again. I'm probably in hyper mode because I should go to sleep, but
Okay.
but Skippy, I can't see Skippy because I remember that dog next door to us when I was a wee girl that jumped up and down, and man would go Skippy, Skippy. And when Sam said Skippy, God, it cracked me up something awful. I thought every single time he says that and he calls somebody Skippy, I just about roll on the
And
floor.
I would type when I would have people troll me. I would always say, "Well, excuse me, you need to do a little more homework, Skippy." And that's where that quote comes from, to explain to people that don't know the metaphor behind that. Yeah,
Skippy.
like young lad with the lollipop and the little propeller on top of his little hat, and, wearing his lederhosen, which is short pants with suspenders rather than long pants. And that's youngin. It's an old metaphor from actually previous to my generation. Anyway,
Skippy.
hi, and welcome to another crazy manifestation of Samuel Hoffman's brain.
Yeah.
All these goofy things that you've said over the years.
Yeah,
While
no
we were
shit,
studying
all-
our breadcrumbs, do your homework, and put your thinking cap on, and
I was
stuff
thinking
like
about that yesterday. Yeah, put your thinking cap on. We don't mention that often enough. It boils down to you actually, trying to look things up, like I talked about earlier. If you're going to watch a video, look who posted it. Who posted this video before I watch it? Before I give them that like, before I give them that view, before I trust
We
their
should have a
opinion.
T-shirt, Sam, that says homework, and then as the person's walking away, Nibiru will kick your butt.
Yeah, okay.
Nibiru is
There
here.
is so much. Okay, all right. How do I walk up to the populous downtown New York City, stand on my little podium with my microphone in front of Times Square and go, "Excuse me, everybody. We live on a factory planet. We were put here by aliens that are much larger than us, that are on those planets right there in front of your very eyes. And they are here right now to collect the commodities. And I thought you should all know this."
But
Where's that?
hey, don't believe me. Believe the big badass, whatever it is, that's going to come and go.
Because I can go to the truck stop, where I buy my milk and candy bars or whatever, and gasoline. And I before I drive
Night,
it,
Audrey.
and I can stand in the parking lot, and I can look in the parking lot and look over there's Nibiru. Oh, over there's Yuri. Oh, look above me. Oh, there's Atu's moon. Oh shit, it's Atom Shell and Moon. Holy shit, it's really big. Every day. And yet I could tell that guy, the guy next to me on the pump, and they look at me like I'm a nut job. So
Yep, we're on our own little dimension.
yeah, time to print up some new cards, I think.
Have you thought about what's going to be on the new cards?
Yeah, there's a lot more print. It's going to cost me more money.
Money, money, money. Oh my
Yeah. That shit we don't got. Yeah.
goodness. Yeah. One of them trees.
All right.
And on that dubious note,
guys.
I did say I should go and sleep because I have to go make money
yes.
tomorrow.
That's
Night, Jillian.
Good
Yeah,
night.
good
I
night,
know.
I gotta go
Jillian.
make
I
money now.
know. It
Don't have too much fun
It went-
now while I'm gone. I'm gonna miss
Mm.
some of
it
the
went
stuff
by
again.
too fast. It went by too fast.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to go through
And
this.
we have a
Yeah.
visitor,
But
guys.
Jillian has to make money
Um,
tomorrow. I need to go make money today. But I need to get
Are
All right,
you
good
going
night,
to,
Jesus.
Jesus?
I need to get together with you so we can kind of figure maybe something along the week to kind of. So I kind of
Yeah.
feel like 2 hours that I do this on
Yes.
Saturday is just kind of not fulfilling me as much as I'd like. Maybe we can get together and
Yeah.
do something along the week sometime. But
Yeah.
we can get together sometime this week and talk about it.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to
just
do
need
some
to
lives or something.
Yeah,
Some
yeah.
lives
Exercise
to
that
really
world.
spice it up.
Let's
Yeah.
You
let's
got to
talk about
exercise
it.
your world
Mhm.
famous index finger there, Jesus, and get some more
Yeah,
film
yeah.
and start
Definitely.
pointing out. I mean, now time because especially beyond the light, what's behind us and over the top of us. because the facial
Yeah, you should do a
illumination
live
now is
called
to be
Beyond the
upfront.
Light.
That would be
Beyond the
so
Light.
cool. You should do that.
Yeah, it'd be.
You got
Beyond
your
the
own
Light.
show.
Maybe the other day that you were live on TikTok, I was like, I don't think I could join her. I was like, because I had some stuff going on in the sky too, but I don't have I don't have 1,000 followers on TikTok, so I was like, I don't think I could. And then you ended up getting stuck with the little icon, and I think you had to get out and go back in. And I think this was right before
Oh yeah,
I
I've got a question for Rebecca as well. You know how if you're on a live and it suddenly pops up that you all those little squares, and then it says people could join you in a talk. How do people join you in a talk?
So, I have no idea. I've never done that. I don't like
drove me
getting that.
wild. I
Whatever I
really
hit,
wanted to talk to you that day because I seen that
we'll have to
the
try
lead
it.
object go
We'll
past
test
that
it.
ball. Oh,
Uh-huh.
I really wanted to talk to you as well because I think
Well, let's
that
test
would
it
also help to
sometime.
excite people as well. Because when two people are
Okay,
talking
let's
about
try
it,
it.
and other people come and go, "Oh, what's that they're watching?"
Yeah,
You know,
I'll try to
and
bring
it's
you
more
on next time.
interactive.
especially
Yeah.
if it happens while both of you are having some interesting skies. It's kind of what I've been wanting to do.
Uh-huh.
Maybe get together with you, Rebecca, or somebody that while both of our skies are kind of crazy to kind of compare the
Yeah,
skies.
do it while it's
Let's do that.
active, not just some gray
Okay.
over. You know, I mean,
No.
it's got to
But I
be
think TikTok
special.
makes it a little
Guys.
bit more difficult. I don't know. I wonder if we could do it on maybe YouTube or something. But I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to look into them.
You could have one of them split screens and everybody
I need
talking
to-
about their own one.
Yeah,
I know. Hey, listen, I gotta tell you all something real quick. We got Daniel. Daniel's here. I see him
Oh,
in the green
hi,
room.
hi, Daniel.
Mm.
Yeah. Do you
Hi,
want me to
Daniel.
go ahead and bring him on, Jillian, or do you want to hop off first? Or I hate to keep him waiting. He might not think I'm seeing him.
You know what,
Oh.
Brandon?
You wanna say hi to him before you have to go?
I'm gonna
I'll
take
say
off
hello and
today.
then I'll hop off and he can have the spot. You know,
Good night.
Somebody
Yeah,
else
yeah,
is
I'm gonna take off
sharing
today.
is caring. Sharing is caring.
Okay.
Yeah, I always love when Daniel joins the show, so I'll be listening.
Yeah.
But we'll see you guys
Okay,
next
hey,
week.
dude,
and,
I
Drive
understand.
careful, Jesus.
bye, guys.
Yeah.
Right,
It's
night.
good seeing you. Okay. Bye, Jesus. Bye. Bye.
I'll say
Okay.
hello to Daniel
Well,
and then
let's
hop
bring
off.
Daniel- Yeah, let's bring Daniel on, and then you can say your hellos and goodbyes,
Right night,
Jillian.
Christopher.
Okay.
You look like you're.
We have a plan.
Hope
Yeah.
you feel better.
I'm okay. I'm
I
feeling a lot better.
know. I know. Okay, good. Okay, let's get Daniel on here. Sorry. I see him. He's looking up at the sky. Here he is. Surprise, surprise. Look
Hey.
who's here.
Hey guys, how's it
Hi,
going?
Daniel.
Friend Daniel.
Yeah,
How
I know
are
you're about to
you?
log off, Jillian. No, I was wanting to say
Yeah.
hi to everybody. I don't really have much time to stay on. It's more of like kind of putting in my my report for Southern California, at least what's been going on around here. As far as
Sure.
sky, there really hasn't been anything visible for quite some time now. But then again, I am smack dab in the middle of 3 different fires.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, how's
Oh,
the
wow.
fire situation
Oh man, no, for quite some time, like I want to say over a week, you couldn't see anything. So from where I am right now, all right, so I'm going to be pointing due north. So due north, so you can see palm trees off to the left. There's a short telephone pole. Straight ahead on that peak right there, that whole part of the mountainside was actually on fire just a couple of days ago.
there?
And
wow.
so the smoke was just pillowing off of that. It filled the whole skyline over here.
Wow.
So that's due north. That was actually, that started over this direction in Azusa Canyon. And so that one moved from there all the way along, and now it's on the backside of the mountains there. Mount Baldy is actually directly behind these local hills right here.
Is it really
Yeah, you have the
windy?
bridge fire.
It
Yeah.
hasn't been super. It was really weird because like the wind would kick up in the later afternoon. Now, obviously, I know 180-day cycle is starting to come up, and we should start seeing a lot more of the asteroid tails and stuff like that. And I already know October, end of September, September-ish, October is all of a sudden them random winds start showing up every single time you start seeing those ion tails. It
And that's
starts
where,
messing with the wind and messing with the
well,
weather.
that's where NASA just announced that we're going to see this mini moon / asteroid,
Oh,
and right at the 29th there, which is at the tail, right at the end of the 180 day officially. And yet,
Yep.
we've learned over the years that there's more to it than that. So, I
Yes.
think they're giving us, I think they're giving us a breadcrumb of the reality of what's going to happen, and they're trying to generalize it because it's going to be so close that it'll be
Yes.
absolutely, you can't miss it. So they're trying to pre-limit by putting bubble gum around it first.
Yes. Now is it 2 nights ago? In the last couple days, I was out here, and so that would be due east. So right along the skyline, just before, like right in the middle of the, middle of the night, you'll see an illumination part of the way up the skyline, and there was 3 stripes from horizon to horizon very early in the morning. So I know that's probably okay because sun's on that side, so that would have been the bottom side of Uri and its clusters and stuff like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Uri doesn't have 3 stripes on the bottom. 3 stripes on the bottom would be Nepacity.
Okay, because that was what was confusing me, because I'm like, okay, are they ion tails from debris, or is this what because it was only visible for a little while and then it went away?
Right. In the last 2 weeks, Nepacity has moved from in front of us over the top of us in our center view, and is now going overhead of us toward a slight hook to our left shoulder behind us. And that's what the pictures are showing. I'm not fully secure on that yet, but the illumination and the side illumination are showing that pathway. So, it's a whole new ball game, and of course we kind of knew what was going on, and now of course it's changing. So wow.
Sun's there. So then let's see, that's north. So then you got this darkening right directly above us, and then here's the side illumination right here, light pinch going on at around the sun, and then you can see it illuminates back to about here.
Right, that's the Satnam's yellow moon.
Oh yeah, that's up into the north. Yeah, exactly. And then over here, this is southwest. You could still see a pinching with an illumination towards the bottom, but there's that gray color, and you can kind of see the stripes towards the horizon, very slightly. But everything is so badly hazy down here right now. It's like you can't really see anything.
Yeah, you've got the line fire, the bridge fire, and the airport fire around you.
Yes. Yeah. The airport.
Almost 100,000 acres.
Yeah. That airport fire was crazy. That was so that would be literally down this way, south, straight south. So I had one in the hills right behind me, one down there, and then out towards Rialto, which is due east of here. That was where the line fire ended up making its way to. That's as far west as it went, I believe, but then it's gone north and east quite a bit. Now,
is that the worst you've ever seen it?
Oh, I have been in Southern California my whole life. I've seen a lot of fires, but being smack dab in the middle of 3 like that, especially one that made it as close as 7 miles to my apartment, that's a new experience for me. And then I was servicing
when they're suddenly close to you, because I remember in South Africa when it was literally threatening to come all the way down into our little suburban area as well, because it burned all the expensive house stuff up on the hill. And
I mean, hell,
come down.
Australia even loaned us a 727 fire dump plane, one of theirs. And last I had read, it had been stateside for 80 days. It had made 277 drops.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
between like all of these fires all up and down, California.
We knew this
It's
was going
just
to
been
come.
literally flying nonstop trying to put these things out. And
Did you feel the earthquake? The 4.7.
oh yeah, the one that was in Malibu. I was actually
Right.
not that far from there. I was kind of like down by like the Redondo Beach area. I was doing a certified welding job, so I was about ready to get on a scissor lift. All of a sudden, it's like, whoa, hey dude, are we moving?
And do you know what the aftershock count is?
No, I didn't even look at what the aftershock count is, but I felt one or two of them.
We're about 44, 45 as of today.
Oh
Gee.
man.
Now there are
Yeah, it's really
multiple.
busy,
I
eh?
did the earthquake report this morning, and in the whole region of the San Andreas included, and the other plates, and then the other major fissures that are going north south, by south west.
Yeah.
There's groupings of cluster quakes that are going on. They are looking at some sort of imminent transition occurring. There's a lot of mini little stuff going off everywhere, and it's pretty fun. Now, this is of course in the southern joint of the San Andreas, which has not been active for many years, and it has been loaded up and is overloaded and past time for release. And this, of course, is the one where they're expecting a 7.9 or greater. So there is an imminent transition occurring. So, and
Some guy called Howie T says the FBI is acting like something may happen between September and October.
Yes, and that was what I was looking at as well. I even told my wife, I mean, like, we've been struggling so bad, and we've been trying to make just ends meet. I'm most likely starting a new job next week because I'm just trying to bring in enough revenue to be able to at least have enough to where I can keep a full tank of gas in my truck, keep some bug out bags on standby. Because I told her, I said, if I start seeing, because it's once it reaches past that 5-point range, if I start seeing clusters of 5-pointers go off, I know that big 7-pointer is going to happen, and it's either going to happen at the north end or at the Cascadia subduction zone, or it's going to happen down south, south of the Salton Sea.
Or both.
Yeah, or both. And
they do have. There is the volcanic activity off the coast, underwater, off the coast of Coos Bay, Oregon, etc. And then British Columbia is also exhibiting a new underwater volcano, which they've been documenting for quite a while. And of course, then there's the one at the corner crook of the southern Alaska, right there before the Aleutians. It's been going on for a decade now.
Yes.
So,
Yep.
There's a lot.
Acting like something badass is about to happen, like something's gonna kick off.
Well, I can tell you that the ground is shifting, man. I keep track of all this stuff. I mean, y'all know me. I study everything I possibly can. But
well, look at
I can
Iceland.
tell you
the
on that
ground
part.
is still rising there.
It's
And
a
in Italy.
separation. Iceland is a separation fracture between the European plate model and the Atlantic plate.
Yeah, but Italy's also busy, Sam. I mean, they've got like trouble.
Italy is an uprising with multiple geological issues, and Kristen's favorite word, campe, Flegria.
Campe Flegria, yeah.
Yeah, Flegria. Yeah, it's very active and very active. And then don't forget Sicily, and don't forget Kamchatka and all. And then there's new shit going up in Malaysia and. We are very active right now. And like I said, baby Krakatoa is also active as of last week. Where it's flowing again. So Tom Patrick, I think is what I'm reading. Yeah, rumors are what's being passed off is that the land is sinking. Now that is also a very good possibility, is that when this separates out, there could be a massive sink, because a lot of this region, the entire San Gabriel Valley, was a lake at one point in history. Right.
There wasn't land here. It was literally filled with water. I mean, I could tell you, I remember digging in my backyard, in my parents' backyard in Covina as a kid, and you dig down far enough, and I found seashells.
Yeah. The whole central of California, from running literally from San Francisco all the way down almost to the Salton Sea, is a separation subduction central between the separation of the plates. Now there was another plate in front of it, which is on the Malibu underwater plate, that has long since been subducted, and that is also reacting right now to the stress key fracturing, which is the same effect, which is what's going on in the Ozarks versus the North American plate and the subduction zone of Texas, etc., where all of that is sinking, because Texas all the way down from Houston all the way to Louisiana is a sand fill-in zone of a larger form of the Gulf of Mexico, which is not taken into account, which is part of the salt domes and the limestone deposits and the aquifer and all of that incorporated, etc. And why that there's a volcanic region in Arizona, New Mexico that they don't take into account, because they're not including additional subducted fracture zones causing eminent volcanic activity from a deep rift of subduction melting points of right.
You're right.
Follow me.
Yep.
So there's a lot going on. And there's
there is.
There's a sinkhole from Amarillo to Oklahoma City that they don't take into account, and that's above the sand fill-in from Houston down to Louisiana, and that isn't taken into account. And that's why Oklahoma City has all those earthquakes, because the limestone aquifer pillars holding up the subterranean aquifer has been fracked upon, and they're pumping that seawater chemicals into that limestone, which is causing calcium phosphate fizz pop, which is eating up the domes and dropping the levels of that aquifer roof status, which is why the earthquakes are occurring, which is why the subduction zone from Amarillo all the way to Oklahoma City. And that's why they keep having all that tremoring. And that, that all being held by the Ozark Mountains, where the North American plate is trying to work its way south. And yet it's being cut in half on the Ozarks, because that's an old mountain range popping up from a previous age. And so that's the linchpin that is holding all of the New Madrid fault line in check. And when that pressure comes in from the Great Lakes pushing down through Missouri, Indiana, etc., and splits on the New Madrid fault line, cutting apart on the Ozarks and the Appalachian split, when that slips, that's when you have a Madrid fault slip. And so all of that's interconnected and moving in pieces. They don't understand the greater tectonics along older tectonic plate movement, including the breaking of the escarpment of like where Niagara Falls is on the Great Lakes. The North American tectonic plate at one point in time broke and dropped from from New Hampshire all the way to Montana, and that plate broke. And that's why there is that great escarpment where Niagara Falls drops down onto.
Right. Yeah, Tom Patrick, he had said, did you ever hear about the tunnel system going underneath California? And I can tell you that's 100% true. When I was working security in Hollywood, I can tell you I going down underneath some of those into some of those basements and stuff like that. There were actually sub basements below those that were all old school brick, hundreds upon hundreds of years old. So yeah, there's tunnel systems all underneath there, literally underneath where the Hollywood sign is. There's an entire catacomb system underneath that hill.
Oh, there's
actually articles.
Yeah, I heard that it was like that in Table Mountain in Cape Town as well. There's a whole bunch of places.
There is so much.
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. So
all you got to do is go back to 1947 when all the rules changed, and then there was this deceptive program that was inlaid to keep us not in the loop of what is coming, because it was coming, and we were being warned back then. And then they traded technology for capitulation, and then there was a licensing of the abduction series in the United States. They were allowing X amount of abductions per year under other treaty circumstances as well, additionally. And both parties have broken the treaty since that period of time. And we've come back and forth between other scenarios and many other things that have gone on from other factional agenda shit that is beyond stuff that I can even express here publicly, because I'd be in a lot of trouble and I would vanish.
Don't want you to vanish.
Right. Well,
anyways, guys, I actually got to run. I got a lot that I got to take care of. So I just, like I said, I wanted to give you guys a quick report on what's going on here in SoCal.
Nice.
And yeah, I'll try and post some more on Facebook and stuff, but I'm probably going to be busy in the next few weeks.
Pay attention to what's going on in Malibu.
Right?
Yeah, definitely will. That 4.7 was definitely concerning, and yeah, I'm gonna look back in through a lot of my earthquake apps and stuff like that, and because I didn't have any clue that there was that many aftershocks. But thanks for letting me know that, Sam. I'll definitely look into it.
Aftershocks, that kind of creepy, like Italy, you know.
Yep.
Yeah. So, all right, guys, we'll take care. I'll try and see you next week.
Well, I also better go, so I've got to go sleep.
Okay, guys, take care.
I'll be dreaming about earthquakes and I'll be dreaming about earthquakes and floods and stuff. Oh my goodness.
Right.
Night, everybody.
Good night, Jillian. We'll see you next Saturday.
Okay,
Make her go away, Rebecca.
Make me go away. Yeah. Bye.
Bye. There she is. There she went. Okay. Wow.
Okay, what else do we have for photographs?
Narrowed us down. Well, I have a slideshow of some pictures I found of Christopher's. So I thought we'd take a look at some of his pictures.
Good.
So let's get that pulled up here. Let me get it here. Looks like they were pretty recent, I would say. I didn't check the dates. He can tell us about it when we get it going. But let's see. Sorry. I always say it's like
from this week. It's probably a Saturn Jello moon. It was just every day. Yeah.
Was it really? Okay. Cool. That's not it. Well, oh, here it is. It's like, where is it? All right. It's working on it.
Beta.
I know. I even changed browsers thinking that would help. It's not really helping. It's still stalling. What happened to Chris?
And we lost Christopher.
Well, let's get him back up here before we start. There he is. I was like, wait. Oops. Okay. Let's try it again.
He went away. Good startup. Yuri.
Is that Yuri? Oh man, I put Atu's moon.
Well, it's in front. I mean, probably.
Yeah, that's the side of Yuri with Teru behind it. See the stripes and Pan Asteroid is in the left.
I can always
see. And then Lorraine and Poppy, they're very big now. Now that could be Atu's moon right there.
That's actually that's actually on the right side of the sun.
I know it's moving.
Okay. Let's go back and just to clarify which one.
This one. That's left.
That's way left.
Yeah, way left.
That's Yuri. And,
that's left.
And Pan Asteroid and Pappy and Lorraine and all of that.
This is the one.
And then right over the top of the sun, you're looking at Atu's moon. And above the light pole on the left is illuminated red asteroid.
Wow.
All right.
And the cube is in the dead center above the tree.
Yeah, I thought so. Wow.
Alien spacecraft from another galaxy or another solar system. Intergalactic.
Yeah, it's like really faint, but it's there.
But we know it's there. And then when you see
Just
the
like-
lighting
just
on
like
it in
your
the
drawing,
square,
yeah.
you go, oh, of course it's there, because we've gotten numb to it. That, of course, is the side of Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum. And the
That
ion
was right
tail.
after, this was
Right
right,
there.
after the show on Saturday.
See the ion tail coming around the yellow moon in front of Isatum, which is the clouded area to the lower left corner. That's the edge of Isatum, and with Isatum's yellow moon in front of it, and the ion tail. When the sun shines on the edge of a planet, it puts off a cloud pattern. That's why you see that straight line right there. That is Uri cutting into the side of the sun on the left-hand side. Bottom of Uri. And the asteroids below it. And the skull. That is Isatum's yellow moon and Isatum. Again, see the straight line? Closest to the left-hand side of the sun. The edge of Isatum. Straight line. And then the ion tail going around. Cut off light pinch. See the illumination direction? You've got the side of Uri cutting in with the Isatum's yellow moon on the right-hand side. Atu's moon over the top. It's moving again. I just drew it the other way. Dang it. And that again is the bottom of Uri and the asteroid and the Salamander asteroid group, and the up in the middle upper left is the Tan asteroid. And that again is the bottom of Atu. With Saru in the background cutting off the top half of the sun. There's the faceplate of Isatum's yellow moon and the cloud pattern it puts off when it comes in close to Earth. That crab shield. There is Atu's moon as the sun sets. Little micro clouding is around Atu's moon. There it is again. See the micro clouding? That's Atu's moon in front of Atu.
Hey, Sam. There's a question online. Someone is asking, what is keeping us on the ground? Like, what
Well,
would hold
electrical. We're connected.
to Earth?
We're static electricity. Ants or rocks or trees or we're part of our Earth. There's an atmosphere above us.
Yeah.
A barometric pressure of air stacked above us that keeps us down on the ground. We're electrically similar to our Earth. We're being connected to it. Gravity is part of a multiple other equation scenario. And unfortunately, Einstein got lost into the only premise of gravity, when in actuality, it's as above, so below. It's chemistry and astrochemistry. The planets are ruled by connective chemistry equations and electrical connection. There is no separation between the two. Yes, thank you, Christopher. Very good.
Okay. Very nice. Okay. I wasn't sure how to answer that. I was like, well,
Yeah, we're
I don't
we
know.
were born here. We're electrically part of it. We're attached to our,
we're attached to
our
it. We're from
same reason
part
we
of it.
can't put our finger through a tabletop, but what works in that same premise also works out in space, and it's a set of rules. Electrical, because your finger does not actually touch the surface of the table. There's a little purple lightning storm that goes on between you and anything you touch, and that's the reality of physics. Is there's way more going on than Einstein or the Heisenberg Commission ever dreamt of. There's a bigger loop, a bigger science.
Much bigger than
all
I was going to say hi to my friend Gail Gail's saying hi to me, so I want to say hi to Gail. She's like a friend in person. Like she used to live just a couple of doors down from me, and then she moved
Cool.
not too far away. So we need to get together, Gail. It's been how many months? Like 8 months. It's crazy. I mean, anyway, but it's good to see you. I'm still here, so I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna stay here. So anyway, well, I'll have to message you. But anyway, yep, good to see you. She remembers when the show first started, like before the show started, and you know how. And look at us now, Gail. It's show 79. So, right. So, anyway, she's a nice lady and she's a nice doggy. So, Arthur.
Hey, you're coming up on my Radio Wasteland count here.
Me? What? What do you mean?
Yeah, you're gonna outdo my Radio Wasteland series on YouTube.
Oh, I see. Yeah, we are over. Going to surpass that. So,
You go, girl.
yeah.
Anyway. I posted. I think I posted the Katy Perry song on your PM message today.
Girl. Oh, you did? Really?
Yeah,
Where?
I sent you a whole bunch of stuff before the show. I think you were like,
I guess I haven't gone far back enough in your comments. I thought I saw everything.
got you.
Gotta go back further. So let's look and see what else we have to look at here. I have. You got me.
You got to show that picture that you got on the group profile. Like the main picture you put on the profile for the group with the lightning, and that one's pretty
lightning. Cool. That's pretty cool, right? I can get that real quick.
Which group?
Yeah.
The Nibiru Followers Anonymous.
Right.
Okay.
The
I
main photo you got
was
on the
there
profile
earlier
page.
today.
Just some lightning. Let's save it.
I will go there and look.
Yeah,
it's my cover picture, Sam. The cover picture.
Yeah, I'm going there now. It's just Facebook is taking a moment. I'm seeing a rainbow colored Montana Skywatcher, and I'm wrong one. Whew. I need to go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous. Hello. Oh yeah, that one. That is about 6 or 8 months old.
Oh, okay.
That is a discharge of the site of Uri and the red asteroid onto Earth.
I'll get it for everybody. Y'all
You
can see it.
You can see the stripes of Uri on the left-hand side.
It's just the lightning is just so crazy.
Yeah, and this is probably, this could be March, even the beginning of the 180-day cycle.
Sorry, it's making me sign in.
Sorry.
It's like, really?
Okay, I'll come off of Facebook and go back to the way I'm not eating my feet up.
Wow. Okay. Sorry, everybody. It's like I gotta jump through hoops to get to a picture. It's like,
Yeah, that's kind of how it always is, one way or another. We're always jumping through hoops to do our thing, and
I know.
And I often say that it's amazing that we've been working at this for over a decade, and generically this is not the stallion has somehow not left the barn, and I'm in awe that this hasn't gotten farther, and it's kind of up to everybody else out there to help us along on this. We can't. We're doing our thing.
Sorry,
We can't do more. There's no more that we can
Speaking
do.
of forever, this took forever. Yeah,
Dun, dun,
but that's
dun,
it. That's what
dun,
Christopher was
dun,
talking
dun,
about.
dun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Gail. It has been forever. Actually, it's been like 9 months. But yeah, that's silly. And does it feel like it's been 9 months, Gail? No. 9 months. You're going to say it's been 9 months since you were here? No. That. Anyway.
God, just going back in the last 9 months, all the stuff we've all gone through is
Crazy.
spooky. But,
2 minutes.
it's amazing how fast everybody forgets all of what's going on and what's happening, and including, China has now been flooding for 2 years. and there's comments worldwide about their loss of food this year, and in other countries as well, in Asia and Turkey. We're in a bunch of trouble
Videos.
right now, and it's not getting to be main news.
Speaking of,
Oh, by the way, SOTT Media, SOTT Media, put out a new weather report for August. I think it came out like 2 days ago. I did not post it. I should have. Didn't get there because I had no internet briefly. So,
yeah. I'm scared to ask if it was
yeah,
like,
Yagi or probably Typhoon Yagi.
Oh yeah,
flooding.
Poor people. They've just been hit so hard from that.
Over and over and over again. That's the thing.
Thailand, Vietnam, Bangladesh, all those areas. Just
Saudi Arabia, Yemen, France, Italy. I mean, we keep going on and on and on. Germany, Holland, parts of Spain have burned, the other parts have flooded, and it's going on around the world. And nobody's linking all of these events, and they go literally across the continent. And goodbye house. Yeah, it was a Category 4 storm when it hit Vietnam.
I believe it. The wind was just like blowing everything sideways. Like a war zone.
Yeah.
And this doesn't happen once a month.
Right.
This
They don't
happens
have time
every
to
week.
recover.
Around the world, yeah.
There's no time.
Oh, look, honey, I just bought new furniture. Oh, damn.
Yep.
Seating for 18. Now, in some Arab countries, people sleep on their couches in their living room in a group. I am so glad I don't live in the other cultures than America. Leave it at that. I'm being as kind and polite as I can be. Oh my goodness, I live in the mountains. Thank goodness I live in the mountains.
Right.
Yeah.
We've been warning people for quite a few years now about those of you who live along the coastal regions, not to be pushy, but move.
Tinha dado a outra vez já quando desbarancou tudo, né? E aquela casa que tá ali, ó.
Sure seems like it.
Embaixo, esses pedaços ali, ó, foi de uma casa que caiu. Esses dias atrás.
Greenwood.
O deslizamento. Hoje,
Help yourself.
hoje caiu aquela casa lá, ó. Ela caiu do barranco.
Scary.
Dá pra ver o barranco do lado de cima dela aí, ó. Ela tava lá em cima, ó.
Coming to a theater near you.
Mais ou menos. A casa ela lá, escorada lá em cima, ó, onde que ela caiu. De pé lá embaixo. E ela nem destruiu, é só o Brasilite não estragou.
I hope nobody was in that house.
É um sinal que ainda tá dando deslizamento aqui nesse bairro, né? E ainda tá bem perigoso.
Climate change is real. It's happening now. We've been watching it for years. Coming and coming and coming. Though the weather around the planet is completely wrong. We do the research. We look this stuff up. We look around the world every week. Oh, yeah. South America and Africa have had freaky ass cold. And we've been watching the South Pole. The South Pole is really, really, really strong right now in their winter. They're headed towards spring.
can't imagine how hard it has to rain to get that much water
Right?
built up. Like just hammered.
अरे वो दे गया उसको दे गया अरे गाड़ी जान दे भाई भाई ऊपर चल जा थोड़े अबे गई और दोनों को ले ले गई वो
I'd definitely say more flooding videos than anything. Of all the things that are happening, you know, that seems to be the most.
Our atmosphere has changed. Our worldwide temperature has increased. Therefore, the atmosphere is holding a greater amount of water in it right now.
Yeah.
The close passing planet's electrical effect is causing rain bomb scenarios that we've seen with close passes to the planet necessity, etc. These catastrophic windstorms, high speed, can be attributed to close passes of asteroids, as well as regular Earth tip axis transitory weather patterns. The Earth is tipped. Our weather is not the same as it was a decade or 2 decades ago. We are in a new weather pattern around the planet. Both hemispheres of weather are going the same direction. That didn't used to be when I grew up. The South Pole went one way, the North Pole went the other. That is not happening right now. There's a really scary transition going on the South Pole right now this winter, and I can hardly wait to see what's going to happen to the North Pole once we enter fall and winter orbit model. We'll see what happens with the jet streams. I'm cognitively aware of the transition. But if you look around the world right now, we're experiencing high winds. We're seeing destruction around the planet, in everybody's homes, around everywhere, from Germany all the way to Afghanistan, to you name it, around the planet, China, Malaysia, Vietnam. There's mass destruction going on everywhere right now on the planet. This is completely not normal weather. There are downed trees everywhere around the planet from extreme weather. We are in climate change. We have to wake up. We have to get ready for it. We have to be prepared that next year it's going to be just as bad or worse.
Jeez. I can't imagine it being any worse than this.
It's going to be. This is the honeymoon.
Yeah.
Last time we saw that was in 1967 in Alaska after a major earthquake. But look, this is happening every week around the planet. Water erosion, earthquakes, volcanoes everywhere, every week around the planet. And this is why it's not making our national news. Why we're being distracted by people in Ohio eating each other's pets, I don't know. And we'll leave that at that. And that was my political joke for today. And it locked up. I'm looking at the window. Okay, there's the water again.
Like,
This
I've
is
never seen
happening around the world.
Yeah.
Well, that used to be normal in Montana every year. We don't have that kind of weather anymore either. And we don't have the snowfalls that we used to have. But there's a whole lot of that going on around the world. Can you imagine what the auto glass industry is doing right now? They're probably
great.
They're probably just laughing their way to the bank. Safe Life Repair, Safe Life Replace. Brought to you by Ricola. Non-sanctioned, that was a joke.
It hasn't hardly rained like this whole summer here where I live. You know, it's like, where's all the rain? It's not here.
Well, there is going to be a new cold front versus hot front that's going to be in place in the mid United States this week. So you're probably going to see more lightning storms and that sort of thing in your direction, and hopefully you get some rain.
Yeah. Well, that'd be good. Because our trees.
Well,
are
there's
like
a lot of transitory Gulf of Mexico weather working its way right now over Missouri and Illinois from the tropical storm that just went over, which was a former hurricane, and that there was that's not even on the news. Louisiana and Texas did lose a lot of people, lost a lot of property, and people got hurt and all of that. It's not on the news.
hurricane.
Yeah, it was
Right.
class two hurricane, and it barely made the news.
And used to, they would be all over that. You know, they'd just be all over. They'd have a weatherman on every street corner talking
What's
about.
that? There's a new tropical storm forming off of South Carolina.
Yeah.
And then there's, the storm, tropical storm Gordon. There's a big fish storm forming, and it's big. It's going to be a big whopper. Well, we'll see what happens to good old Gordon. But I mean, they call it a storm because it's going to be in the middle of the Atlantic. But if it forms and creates a very large one, it could actually extend all the way over to the UK and Ireland, etc., or Spain. So we'll have to see where that one goes. And, there's a lot of really freakish weather going on around the planet. And all you got to do is get on to the school site and start watching the jet stream. It's just insane what's going on. I've studied, weather my whole life. And I've never, ever seen weather like this either on the computer-generated models or in real life. But, when they say a once-in-a-thousand-year storm that happens again a year later or 6 months later, or example of what we're looking at, this is more water than these systems can deal with. So these people have lost their crops, they've lost their homes, they've lost their businesses. Because everything is going to smell. And everything's going to have to be thrown away or recycled or cleaned or replaced.
God.
And only if you've ever been through a flood will you understand what mud and coming into your house and covering everything you own and then having a never-ending smell that you cannot get rid of, or it completely turns into a black mold statue or whatever. And these people now all need to take an antibiotic for what they're walking in.
Yeah.
Oh, I only had 8 more payments.
Oh,
So
boy.
true.
Sad. It probably was paid off or something, even,
No matter what, it's still a huge loss of financial.
Mhm.
And if this keeps happening, we are not going
They're
to
in the
recover.
car.
from
They're
this.
in that car.
Yeah, filming. Like, what do I do? Well,
Oh.
any second now, you better get the hell out of there and hope to God your electric windows will still roll down. Any higher, then you won't be able to open the door from water pressure.
Right.
Dang it.
Hello. That's why everybody should have a glass breaker on their keychain.
I was just thinking that one of those little.
Yep. The big old bead. It's like a chromatic bead on a rubber band where you can shatter glass on your side window on your keychain.
Mhm.
Because electric windows are not safe if you go into a water. That's why the old-fashioned hand roll-up windows save lives in comparison to an electric window. Because if you destroy your battery in a crash and you have no power, those windows are not going anywhere.
Malaki ngayon, pinakamalaki. Oo. Sino yung mga inang juicy? Sino yung mga inang juicy?
Nor
So
are
I
the
guess you should
electric.
open your doors. Right. Open your door before it gets too high.
Right
open
away.
your door.
Right away. Yeah. Right. Right. What before the pressure keeps the door from opening.
Yeah.
You got to get out right away, including any injured or head injured people have to be evacuated immediately before the once you start submerging the air, the water is hugely has a huge weight, and we in Montana know that if it goes above the calf of your leg, you're going to be swept away by it, depending on the speed, of course.
I cannot imagine. You know, like
And
you're in your city street.
wonder why
you know,
there
you're
were
getting
sea
washed
the other the Atlantean, a lot of stuff on how the misjudging of previous civilizations has taken place. And here's an example of climate change, why climate migration and the end of civilizations occurs. Because if this happens over and over again, we're not going to be here either.
Đây, cho hộp cơm trước đây.
Yeah, I'm an advocate for latching all your 2-liter empty Pepsi bottles together and building an ark, Noah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Đang tranh cãi nhau về vấn đề cho ai ra trước ai ra sau. Đông người quá.
Our own mini water world.
Hôm nay thì xuống mang thực phẩm thôi.
Có cái xuồng đỏ cái chị Thu ở đây bỏ trẻ con này đi ra bắt đầu đi ra nhá.
You know, we try to get everybody to get on board with, the reality that this is happening around the world every day. It's not once a month or once every 6 months or once a year. This is everywhere right now, you guys. You've got to realize this, we're being kept from this information.
Like you have to go looking for these kind of videos. You have to be connected with the people that share these things. Otherwise, you probably won't ever hear about it. Man. That's crazy. Those bikes are heavy.
(2009 tsunami, 2011 tsunami, all of these serious world catastrophes, the Chelyabinsk asteroid event, all of these markers, the Norway spiral, all of these other serious flags that have been going on, including the arrival of Atu and Atu's moon, for example. There are so many things going on that it is absolutely no longer any way to argue that there are greater bodies very close changing everything around us. Oh, and I've got to go cut pizza, so go ahead. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. All right. Yeah.
Oh, no. Se está viniendo para acá.
I can't imagine just being that close to the fire. It's just right across the street. It's a little bit too close for me.
Yeah.
No. Está viniendo. No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't remember where that is. I don't know. I want to say it. I don't know. And these people, I've seen so many videos of people sitting on their roofs, like these people here, and they're making tents on their roofs. I've seen countless videos of cats and dogs. Like one roof had like 20 dogs on it. They, joined together, and it's heartbreaking. I couldn't share those videos. Poor animals are getting traumatized. Because how many days will it take for that water to go down, you think? You know, how many days do they gotta wait for somebody in a boat to bring in something to eat? And it's too much. I think that was Colombia. Yeah, I think. But that's huge. Hopefully it's going the other way, not towards the buildings.
And I'm back.
Welcome back, Sam. Yeah, more flooding, mostly.
Yeah.
Flooding
Yeah.
and fires.
And, the repair after that is unbelievable.
Oh,
Everything
no.
that's underwater is going to have to be removed because otherwise it's going to mold. And, you get sick if
Yes.
you're in that mold and all sorts of nasty in that water that, people don't take into account, like cesspools and graveyards and nasty shit from underground comes up. And all the other garbage that, is floating around, they got washed downstream. And I've been through a flood and everything ends up stinking really bad.
Right. That's true. I mean, I've had water damage in carpet before, so yeah. It did not smell good. I just feel bad for these people. It's like, what do you do but pick up and move away? It's like you can't stay there very well.
No podía faltar la chismosita, mira.
Hace una vez que para la pública. Una descansada ahí.
That is a ton of water.
That one's in Italy.
I was like, hoping nobody's in those cars. Oh my God. Open your doors.
Yeah, there was last few weeks there's been flooding in the Mediterranean, Italy, south of France, etc.
Right. There goes his house.
That's part of that wash up that came up out of Africa and then went due north into south of France, etc. There's a big moisture push that normally doesn't go that way, which is the same monsoonal thing we had happen in the U.S. from Mexico all the way up to California through Oregon through Washington through Montana. You know, we don't talk a lot about Canada, but Canada next week is going to be very, very warm. They're going to get literally almost like desert-like heat that's going to go all the way up into Canada next week, and it's going to sit up there over on the east coast of Canada for a couple of days, and so they're going to be very shocked and very surprised by that. That's coming, and that too is not indicative to normal at this time of year for Canada, or even the maple syrup factories and all of that. So look that stuff up. Very smelly mud.
Oh.
Man.
Every week.
I was gonna say it kind of needed a trimming, but my goodness, it's a lot of trees down. Shoot.
Yeah, remember when high winds used to be 35 miles an hour?
Right.
Yeah, that's a breeze. Yeah. Now.
Yep.
It's constantly breezy. Most days there's just this constant breeze. I notice on the days when the sky looks really good.
What the frick is happening?
But cat.
Kitty count.
Yeah. There's the dumpster.
Bill, where'd the garbage can go?
What? That's funny. That's rough. He's a hero.
Yeah, that flotation device required. Have some rocks.
Go on. That might be it. I don't know. It's either that or stalling. Yeah, it's basically it. Oh, this is California.
Yep.
Like recent.
And
Yeah.
this is also part of what's going on in Malibu.
Malibu. Oh, really? Malibu.
Yeah.
I did. Oh, Malibu. Okay. Yes. That was it. So that's what's going on.
Not good.
And that's just. Oh, I cleaned out my gallery the other day. A couple of days ago. I really did delete like thousands of pictures and videos. I couldn't find anything. I could not make any projects because it was too chaotic. So I started, anyway, I have still over almost 600 clips like that on my phone. I could not get rid of all my, current events.
Right.
Anyway, but yeah, I'm going to at least save them on a video before I delete them. I'm going to put them together. And anyway, but it's constant. I mean, as soon as I'm scrolling through Facebook, I know you already know, it's constant, the flood videos especially, but just events in general. It's calm here where I live,
Right?
so
It's just
and
so
quiet.
weird. It's like,
But it's like you never know when your number is going to be up.
yep. We had a bad flood here last year. I've never seen anything like it before. So, thank God we have a system here where, there's hundreds of miles of tunnels, flood tunnels that drain out to the lake, but it was bad. Really, really bad.
Yeah.
And it's just so
And
sad
I had a
seeing all those
wildfire go
ones
past
gone.
my house last year. Literally this month last year, we had a wildfire go right past my house. And I mean, we're talking 30 feet away across the road from me. And it burned up. And they had to do actual Boré bomber thing out of airplanes to stop it right in front of me. And it went past my house and went and burned up other people's stuff. So, yeah, it's, it can happen to anybody. Then we talk about tree remediation and all of that. Make sure you got no burnable things next to your house. There's a lot of shit going on, and this is why we warn people. We try to get them aware of this. Is really it's not making the news, and it should be. That's what the news should be.
Right. It's crazy how it's not on the news. I don't understand it myself. It's just like Sam said, we're talking about weird stuff that has nothing to do with the world at large. It's very sad.
Right. It just makes me like
Well,
wonder.
it's amazing how fast and all of a sudden it can be you.
Yeah.
Well, it
That's what I
only
was
takes
gonna say.
15 minutes to create a major catastrophe. A house fire, you've got 15 minutes to a half hour, and you're watching a burning stick fire, and your house is gone within 30 minutes. So yeah, you have to make sure that you live in a house that's got good electrical. You have to have insurance, blah blah blah, and you have to mitigate how many plug-ins and how you run your gas heater, etc., and all of these things, and where you put your barbecue, etc. And if you go that far, you also have to take into account what is happening right before our damn very eyes every darn day for the last God knows how many years now. These planets, close passing asteroids, etc., are causing this, and we're primed, and everybody's even talking about it, going, I feel like something's about to happen. Here we are. We don't know, and it's just like we've never seen a Saturn yellow moon or a Saturn this close before. And the red asteroid and all of that is coming in at the same time right now.
Okay, I'm getting that video. Ash Bidden. She's asking about a electrical discharge on the moon.
I was just reading that.
Uh-huh.
I'd seen something to that effect, but
So I just saved it. So let's send it over and take a peek. I have not heard about this one. Okay. It's like you can't surprise me with anything now. It's like, I believe it.
Hey, Rebecca. Do you have any
Sam?
Bach
Yeah.
or Mozart or Wagner or anything you want to play?
I do. Let me look and see. Find something.
I think we're at the point after 4 hours, 48 minutes. We should go to, some classical. I don't know.
We should do that. I have it. This would be nice. If it will stay on, it'd be great.
Peak
But
our mind.
Yes.
Turn on our Mozart brains.
Okay. So got the
There you go.
video.
Excellent choice.
Save it. All right. Good suggestion.
Oh, here we are to procrastinate. To endeavor to assertions of intelligent thought.
Here it is.
To ponder upon the universe and its decree upon our souls today. Yea, merrily, yet we go.
You should do that. Like you could record a whole book, in that.
Well, thou
Yeah.
art meant to be here for a strong reason behind anything you could get today on mere ponderances of destiny.
Wow.
Well, thou art chosen to be here in strong
impressive.
reference to the solutions and the manifestations and anomalies of tomorrow.
I think you found your calling. I think you found your calling.
Yeah.
Yes.
There are days that I don't want to go and preach. I don't want to preach to the choir, but
This was sent to me from
the moon. The moon.
Moon.
Sorry.
It's a pretty crazy one.
All I see is the floor in the hallway. Okay.
Let's see.
Because the moon is changing color from green to red.
It's certainly
Okay.
weird if it's real. It's El Bizarro. What do you think? It's a real one.
My first recommendation is tripod.
Another one of those fakes.
Yeah.
Ooh, cool.
What? What? Oh wow!
Ooh.
Let me look at it. Like slow it down. That what? Let's look at it.
It's green. It's green.
That's huge.
It was green.
Okay, let's go really, really slow. I cannot believe that. Huh. It is very green. Yes.
Yeah,
Very,
if you
very
could, if you could freeze it in the middle of the strike so we could see pixelation to see if it is Photoshop or not, that would be great.
right. I'm getting ready to send it over. We're going to look at it slowly. Because that's what us scientists do.
And
right?
dang, I'm out of Coke again. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam, go re-up. All right. We'll say slow-mo moon. Okay. Bear with me, y'all. I gotta see it slow. But that's what I do. I like slow things down, or I'll speed them up, and then I'll look at them forward and then backward. Till we figure it out what we're seeing.
Yeah, this carbonation is going to kill me. I promise you. Last week, after last week's show, I had like 4 Cokes in a row.
Oh man.
And I was sitting there, my stomach and my intestines and everything were suffering from carbonation poisoning. It's like, and then my shoulders and elbows started hurting. It was like, oh God, CO2. Thank you. And I don't normally drink pop at all. I haven't for many years, but I've started doing it because we do these 9-hour shows, and there's no other way to get your voice back than to drink, a fizzy drink.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I hear you.
brought to you by Ricola. Yeah. Anyway,
They just don't know that they brought it to you, but they don't know about us yet.
yes. Please
maybe they
observe the
hear about
no
us.
smoking sign. Place your seat back trays into their upright positions. Fasten your seat belts. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be flying at 35,000 feet today in elevation. Please enjoy your flight.
I'm not sure if this one is it. Hang on. Is this the same one? Did I just save the same video? Let's see. Maybe I did.
Yeah, here we try to examine one of those things and argue with it.
Well, I'll get it. It says it's
Second.
low.
April. Moon discharge April 2nd, Tuesday. April. Well, I wonder if that, April 2nd, 2024. Okay. Why did it take this long to find it?
There it is. Oh, Pete. Okay.
That looks pretty connected to one and the same and not laid over. Yeah, illumination in full. Wow. Okay.
Man.
Well, it's pretty green.
That's
You need to look over to the far right. What is discharging? I'm tempted to say that, because of the coloration of the discharge, what green asteroid passing the moon in close proximity and discharging upon it?
Oh,
that would
my
be
God.
my hypothesis. It would be a guess. But yeah, we know that the green asteroid is very close, very large, and on the right-hand side underneath, very close proximity to Earth, even though in our out view it is in front of a Saturn's yellow moon. But it's very large right now, so it's entirely, and that was April 11th. So that's entirely within the realm of, discharge of the green asteroid off of the moon. Can't fully say, but it's very possible.
Why do you think the green asteroid over Nepicity? I'm just curious.
The direction of the discharge.
Yeah.
Okay, where has Nepicity been for the last year and a half, 2 years? Over the top center.
Above, yeah. I see.
Right. So the discharge would be downward. And we know that the green asteroid has passed over to the right-hand side. We see this as a small multiple string focal instead of a very large, solid, wide discharge that Nepicity puts up a very, very wide single bolt discharge, which this is not. This is a side horizontal discharge. And it is not separate. It's not pixelated. So I'm not seeing any Photoshop layover going on here. So I would be inclined to believe this is real.
Wow.
And we know the asteroids discharge on any body that comes in proximity with. And the question is, okay, right there, see that blue in the upper area? Is that rounding of a planet? See, is that a dark object planet right there above that in the entire? Which would be is Saturn's yellow moon, which is where we know that the green asteroid is just below and just beside to the middle right of Saturn's yellow moon, currently including April this year, And so it makes sense that that is the green asteroid discharging
Yeah.
off of our actual moon, which shows you how hugely close the green asteroid is, which we've seen, right? Evidence of, remember years ago when the lead asteroid was massive, and now that, that cameo roll has changed where it's now farther over to the right. And now the red asteroid is dead center. When earlier today we watched how massive the red asteroid is, and the angle of descent in a couple of captures, all within current this week time period, etc.
Thanks,
So anyway,
Ashley. This is a good one. Yeah, she found it.
Nice.
very good, very good. It looks real to me.
It does, doesn't it? I was like thinking it's too good to be true kind of thing. But that does
But
look
it's small. It's small enough. It could be an asteroid discharge
that's huge, Sam.
because
I mean, the moon is
we know we live. Well, we know we live in a electric universe, and any object coming close to our objects of a different polarity, they're going to discharge and push each other away. Because they're not, it's like can't touch this. Dun dun dun. Dun. No, they don't mix. Moments earlier, because the moon was changing colors.
so he zooms in because it looks so little, right? And then it
Well,
looks
it's
huge.
because of it's like 3/4 moon, tipped axis
Yeah.
of the illumination, which is weird.
So
It's in its standard. It's got the paw print in the upper left. Yeah, that's normal. That's our real moon, captured from the northern hemisphere, Nashville, Tennessee. Okay, yeah, it all fits to real.
this guy who made this video would like to know. I should message him.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's strange channel. Now that's strange. Okay. Well, we'll see if he's open or not to it.
Yeah, I am speculating on that. I am guessing, but I would say green asteroid discharge. If it's in April, yeah, it all fits.
Huh.
And let me go real quick and look up the April map of the site drawing
Crazy.
on Facebook.
See if my music stopped again. Did it?
I thought I was
It-
still hearing something.
Oh wait, no, I don't know what's going on, but it turned down.
Oh, okay. Now I'm hearing classical. Yeah. Let's see, September.
Okay, that's good.
September.
All right. You know who hasn't been here today is Alexander. He's never not here, but he's not here today. And Carol Ann, I know what she's doing. She's working. She's busy on a project at home.
Yeah.
So
figured.
she's listening. I'm sure she's been listening, but she's been busy working. So not seen her. And I had a video ready of clips from Susie in Slovenia, and I haven't seen her today. No Susie. I hate to play their videos if they're not here. I mean, I can, but you know how I am. What else? Who else is not here? There's been a few. Checked out today. Hey, Ash, you sent me another one? You sent me one video today where a horse is standing on top of a barn. Oh, no. I have a hard time, like, watching the animal videos and sharing them. You know, so many sad ones. Like one, I guess, I don't know where, Thailand, Vietnam, but people had dogs behind a gated fence, you know. So anyway, and the dogs were up to here in water. It was people are going around and feeding dogs through the gates is what was happening. So
And as a disclaimer, we have to admit that no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
that's good to know. Yes, we should make
Nah.
sure everybody is clear on that. Hey, Egg is here. Hey, Egg. Try to pull up your comment. Good to see
Hi,
you.
Egg. Nice to see you.
Mhm.
I'm glad our regulars are here. It's always nice and comforting, and sometimes we feel like we're talking into an empty coffee can, and then there's other times when we have our wonderful friends around us, and it makes it all worthwhile. Thank you very much for being here,
Mhm.
and I love
I'm
you
so
all. And you get to hear that enough, and
I
all
felt
we need is
bummed
love
out
and all of this.
yesterday. Sam has been feeling a little bummed out, and we can't even like put our fingers on exactly why, other than it just is, and it's, so like you're not alone, is what I'm saying, and
Oh,
we
there's
don't really
there's
know
just
why.
so much negativity going on right now, and I'm trying to watch this stuff and stay informed and be on top of it so that I can share the information with you. But it gets to the point where you've seen this over and over, and it's so overwhelming that you go, "Oh my God, what are we doing this for?" And yet at the same time, I do know why we're doing this. And the number one trick to the whole thing is you cannot get involved in the negative. You have to go only forward in the positive. Like there's a new day dawning. I had somebody PM me. It's going, "Oh God, man, it's the end." And I went, no, dude, it is new beginnings. And we have to remember that. This is what we're doing. We are doing new beginnings. And you have to realize the beginning has already started. We are there. It's happening. It's in front of us right now. And the whole premise behind what we do is trying to warn people who want to listen. And if that's 250, great. And if that's 20 million, great. We didn't stop. We didn't stop because we get 1,000 views, or some of my videos have 23,000 views. I wish they had more. I'm not in it for the money because I'll never get paid for it because it's a London signed up YouTube channel. But anyway, I'll never get credit for that. That's not the issue of why I have it up there. Sam Hoffman YouTube. But the one I want to further is Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube. She needs her plaque. So subscribe, hit the notification button, comment. We talked about this last week. Nobody is commenting about the aliens that are here right now. I'd like to know why. It's pretty big.
Maybe they're intimidated. Like, like when you're just like the speechless, like, what do I say? You don't even know what to, are they going to hurt us? Are they, it's kind of scary.
Well, if we sat there and talked about the races that are occupying these craft, I bet you we'd have just 1,000 comments and finger pointing and a bunch of negative stuff. And that's partially why I don't release that information. I have an idea. I don't have any facts. That's why I don't release that information. But I have ideas of who's on those ships. So anyway, and I do not have facts. That's why I can't go there. I know we know they're there.
Right? I mean, they wouldn't have.
We know they're real. We've watched them for how many years now, and they're over and over and over and over and over and over, and they're always in the same place since 2019. And it's like there it is again. And Christopher, you've got to see them.
Yeah.
And we know they're there. And we see all the damn craft and the big, huge, Star Destroyers, just like in the movie Star Wars. And we're not kidding. They look exactly like in the damn movie. And we've got thousands of sightings over the years. And you can't argue with this crap. And yet, like, nobody in their right mind is going to believe you. And yet, there they are.
Yeah.
As we calmly listen to the pleasant, ever-toning sounds of Mozart. Yeah. Come on, people. Christ, get on board with this shit. Or go back and bury your head in the sand. There is something to ignorance is bliss. I do admit.
Do you think, though,
I have to, acquiesce.
Anything to worry about in regards to the crafts and the aliens? I mean, I feel like, our worries are with natural disasters mostly, right?
Frankly, I don't think an invasion is imminent. There may be some going on right now that we don't even know about, and I'm sure there's, because remember, humans do have an off switch, and but that major invasion, like you see in the War of the Worlds movies from Paramount or Universal Studios or whatever, no, because they already own Earth. And all they have to do is pressure the governments to give the commodities that they request, or they will invade. They don't have to. They already owned Earth for many, many generations of man. And their tech level is so much higher than ours that all they have to do is show them that, and they will fold like a house of cards.
I see.
Well, any idea who's viewing us? Is that what we're talking about on the sidebar here?
Oh, Nisa was talking about how the number of people watching is going up, and it has been over the last few.
Well, let's hope it goes up way higher. We need more people.
We want to get it like
There with your
over
brand.
100. Let's set our goal for at
Hey,
least
even if
100.
even if you have to go to your friends and go, hey, you got to listen to this batshit crazy guy. You know, he's just out of his mind. That's Samuel Hoffman. Yeah, he's talking again. Let's take notes and prove how much crazy man he is. Please do. I dare you to check my facts and the information that we share every week, because we do our homework.
This to you. Mittens is a model. I tell you, Sam. She's a model now. Mittens.
Okay, yeah, she's got her own page. I hear.
Clip. She's. Oh gosh, sorry. Let's get it here. Mittens. She's making it the big time. Let's see. Mittens. I love that one. See? She's a star.
The art of cuteness. Nippins.
Yeah. One more time, because it's short. That's my favorite one. And that one.
Quite the pair of eyes.
Right?
I know. She's got gorgeous little eyes. Yes.
The gas station
Anyway.
convenience store cat.
Yeah, I do too. I know. She's, come a long ways, that's for sure, since we got her. Yeah. So, what else? We covered a good amount. Scratching off things we did.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going to happen within even the next week with the red asteroid. It is very close, very big. The tan asteroid is coming in underneath the bottom of close passing Uri.
Yeah.
And we should be somewhere on, YouTube or X or any of these other things or TikTok, especially TikTok. Shout out to everybody on TikTok. Please get a hold of us. Try to communicate. Try to join. Yes, it's hard to get into Skywatcher 1 or 2. I add only a few people per week because it's been chaos. And I had internet and phone trouble all week, so I didn't get much done. I apologize. But we are in a really precarious month, and next month, and we'll see what comes our way in November and December. It can continue on. Well. And then we'll see what January and our winter brings. Should be very interesting. So now's the time to learn all this stuff, and let's do work at it. Because you have to do homework. You have to unlearn some things and relearn some new things. And remember to look, at the dark areas first. Don't get light blinded immediately. Look at the dark areas of the picture, and then go to the light. Oh, Nancy, those ships are real. We have so many captures of triangle craft that look exactly like Star Wars on, the Imperial cruisers or whatever you want to call them. And it's spooky. The conning tower, the big triangle, all of it. And I have seen one of those by eye myself in the way back in the 80s. So I know they're quite real.
Like one of those, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, that almost looks like a floating submarine. But yeah, that the conning tower and everything is probably facing away from us, heading to the left.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. That one's heading to the left as well. But the conning tower and the ship and they've got a cold cloud on that usually drops when they come out of space. They're ice cold, and then they hit our atmosphere, and they're always dropping an ion tail cloud on the bottom.
Right.
So there is a small atmospheric collection around it's sort of like a natural cloaking because they're covered in clouds because they're ice cold, and they come in sometimes in groups of 3 and 4 or 5 or 10 or depends on where the cube is blowing over the top of Earth. It could be, you could see 20 of them. And Jillian over the years has captured a whole bunch of them in some really good shots from Scotland. So yeah, we've been sighting them ever since 2019. 5 years now. God, we've got a lot of pictures of them.
Like that, Michelle.
And support craft and other craft in the cube, and oh god, there's all kinds of, even the smaller ones, and you can tell by the defined shadowing. This shadow, for instance, is completely different than any other cloud in the sky, and it's dark.
Yeah,
and you're looking at the bottom of a big, huge triangular ship, and the rainbowing around it shows you it's way high up in the atmosphere.
I see. I did not realize that's what that meant. Let's find another.
This is the original day of the Texas Cube came out of the wormhole. It goes all the way back to 2015. This is the original day. That's the reason it's called the Texas Cube. Is it came out of a wormhole over Texas, and there was this big to do about it for weeks afterwards. We were following it live, and we got sent copies of what the guy was sharing immediately the day it happened, within like a half hour of when it happened. And then we went and gathered the pictures, and this is my personal saved copy of it.
Dang.
And this goes back to 2015.
Yeah.
And we've got close-ups of it where you can see the outer hull of this thing matches over and over and over again. And this, of course, is the long box, which is a different cube. It's like 2 cubes stacked together, which is why we call it the long box. It's a rectangle rather than a square. And usually there's quite a few ships parked around either one of these. And it's part of the clouding. And now the long box is usually in front of a Saturn Jello moon, whereas the Texas Cube usually parks in front of Attu's moon, in between the asteroids, and they kind of hide in the background.
I love this one.
Of course, the Texas Cube with the side orb. The bottom right corner illumination area is the side orb.
I mean, this
And
could not
each of
be
the cubes have a
any
side
more
orb.
perfect. Any more could
Yeah.
it be perfect? No, it couldn't be any more perfect.
No.
That's pretty perfect. And let's see, I think it has it. Let's see, is there another
Yeah, and
one?
we've got hundreds and hundreds of captures. There's so many we can't.
It matches both drawings.
We could post all
Especially
day
the
long about the cube. And again,
Yeah.
now watch. No one hi Maria. No one will comment in the YouTube page tomorrow.
Let's see. Maria sent me something. Let's see. Yeah. Maria, did you see this one? Uh-oh. She caught a craft, y'all.
Cool.
Let's get it on here. Let's save it so I can share it. I have no idea. It doesn't even look like anything like we've seen before. It doesn't look like anything. I don't know what it is. Okay, be patient. I know it's exciting. You're excited. I know. Hang on.
Long box left, Texas Cube right.
Yeah. Those are good ones. Let's see. Keep going.
You have to
I
wonder
don't know
if
if you,
that's a triangle or a square
it looks like a fish hook.
or the
Uh,
edge.
okay.
Well, you're looking at the blue triangle here, right? But is that not just the dark base of a planet and not the illuminated thing on the left is the face of the Texas cube? And if you go up to the upper right corner and you go to the lower right, then there's a cutoff between colors. So you got to go anti-vision on this and look at the white, not the dark.
Oh, sorry, Chris. I'll fix it. Sorry.
Hi, Christopher. How are you?
That's
Well, it looks like
I
there's
know.
a triangle right there. I think that we need
Nobody
to
wants
focus on
that.
what's on the left of the picture as well.
Okay.
Hmm. I'm feeling the hour as well. I just caught myself with a tipped head sitting here going, oh, okay. Yeah. I'm getting relaxed in my chair. Mozart's doing it. Yeah. Maybe we need to go back to
Mozart.
techno.
I know. We can switch back. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Let me get
it might not be a bad idea.
I
I'm
know.
kind of relaxed. You're going, oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
It's lagging bad. It keeps telling me I don't have internet. How are we talking? I don't have internet.
Yeah, I don't have an email either. That's why I can't be using what I'm using. Mozart refuses to quit. He wants to finish the stanza.
Sorry, everybody. It's just one complication after another. That's all. I mean it. Even from the I don't want to talk about it, but the intro had a problem. I didn't catch that, so started off rough, I guess.
Always does.
Hopefully nobody noticed. I'm not even gonna say it. That way, if nobody noticed, then I don't have to worry about it.
I usually
trying to
go
find
back and
Maria's-
watch it after. After the show, I'll go play Star Wars,
Yeah. Oh man.
and I'll go
Well, it
watch
has to
Star Wars,
do
play Star Wars
with-
for a while. Then I'll come back, turn on the show, an hour later, 2 hours later.
Yeah. Oh no. I deleted a bunch of stuff and it affected oh well. I can fix it. Hopefully by next show we're gonna have a new intro. I feel it.
Yeah,
It's
there you go.
not
Wolfman Amadeus. That's new, David.
Wolfman. That's Wolfman. It's
This-
loading. It says it's processing. Here it
For the
is.
Wolfman.
Ta-da. Yeah. This is from Maria, and
That's
what is
weird.
that?
I'm seeing the. Is that just a picture? That's not a video.
It's a picture. Uh-huh.
Okay. Oh,
From Maria. Is that weird?
if it is in the northwest sky, then that is the comet.
Oh.
Not. It's the Eye of Ra. No,
right?
Yeah, is that in the northwest? Is that in the northwest, Maria? Yeah, toe tap and I'm awake. Yeah.
Yeah, wake up, everybody. Time is over.
There you go. Yep. I'm awake. Yes. Here we go. Here we go.
Saturday night. Let's go out.
Yeah. Wow. That's unusual.
Oh, great. Yeah, I don't know what this is, Maria.
Yeah, we do have a
Sam
new
doesn't
comet in
know.
the northwest sky.
I really don't know. It looks like a fish hook in a way. I don't know, but why would there be a fish hook in space?
Right. It's a pair of glow-in-the-dark sunglasses from the side.
That's it. No, yeah.
Yeah, faceless man watching all of humanity. Yeah, okay.
So good one, Maria. I don't know. It's like what a weird sighting. And TikTok
Weird.
keeps on telling me my live is discontinued. Why? Okay, I don't know. Earlier when you started talking about religion, yeah, the live ended.
Well, who's showing hamster nipples again?
That's crazy. It just spontaneously ended. I don't know. I do not know. Okay.
Well, maybe in my jokes I was giving out disinformation.
Well, earlier when you started talking
Maybe they
about
could be too
religion,
serious.
it told me, you know, it wasn't going to recommend our live to the For You page.
Why?
So-
You tell me that stuff. I'll shut up.
That happens pretty much every show. It don't matter.
Wow.
But I've
shut up,
never had
Sam.
it shut down like that before. No, that's we gotta
boy.
say it. It must be said.
Yep, hamster photo bomb.
YouTube can handle it, and Facebook. I was gonna say we're not on Facebook at the moment, so it's just
We're gonna have to, start our own website on Facebook. Completely just to hamster nipple pictures, where everybody can send in their local hamster pictures.
I've had a hamster when I was a little kid.
Well, the thing with hamsters is they multiply very quickly.
They were, yeah. It wasn't my thing. I think my brother had them, but
And smell, oh my God.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I didn't care for that either. So I'll pass on hamsters as pets.
That goes back to one time years ago, on like Montana Skywatcher 2, I believe. Jillian posted a meme of a hamster running in a hamster wheel. And it was a very fat hamster, and it had hamster nipples sticking out of the fur. Well, both Jillian and I were banned from Facebook. I think I got like a 3-month ban.
What?
And
For 3
Jillian
months?
got booted off. Yeah. Jillian got booted out of the site and removed from it, and I had to re-add her, and it took forever to do so. And I didn't boot her out of the site, but Facebook actually removed her from my group for it. And the post was up for about 5 minutes. And then after that, Facebook notified me that we'd broken the rules, and of course didn't explain it. But it was of a video of a hamster running in a wheel. That's all it was. And that's why I always bring up the joke, and no hamsters were injured in the making of this video.
That's funny. That's, yeah. Screaming Thin Man is a fat hamster. So, who knew, right? Now we know. Secret is out. Woo. Yeah,
Well, we're
man.
seeing a lot of censoring even in YouTube right now.
Right.
I mean, I was watching this movie about volcanoes where they're talking about ground life being killed by, probably will get banned from me just saying that, would removed from life sequence by rising levels of CO2 from the ground during a volcanic emission, geologic emission. And the CO2s rise up to like 2 to 3 feet high. And if you're below that, you go to sleep and die. Well, they showed these animals on the ground, but being that they were dead, YouTube blurred it out. So you didn't look at dead squirrels.
Yeah. Oh.
And
Wow.
it's hilarious. They're blocking, they're censoring the crap out of everything, even action movies. The assassin double taps the guy in the head, and you're looking down and you're looking at a big blur instead of the original movie. And it's horrible
Because
what's going on. They're
Are becoming
censoring
too
everything.
sensitive.
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah, come on. Hey, if you're watching, a karate movie, you expect people to get hit in the face,
Right.
and or if you're watching, if you're watching the assassin or whatever movie, then you expect the guy to get shot or chop his head chopped off with a with a Japanese sword or whatever, you know. And don't blur this shit out. Are you ridiculous? What, you know? Where are we going here? What? I mean, wow. And you know, no wonder we don't get a lot of views.
Not enough action, I guess. Maybe. I mean, I was thinking about
No, we're the nut jobs.
fans, but yeah. Well,
Oh, we don't want to scare anybody. God forbid that we can, you know, say something that would go against community standards.
right. But
Hamster nipples.
you're trying to push their buttons, aren't you, Sam?
Yes, ma'am, I am. I truly am.
Oh man, man, he's a daredevil. Mhm. Dang, I don't know, but yeah, I'm concerned about the future. People in the future, you know, like the young people, and then their kids, and then their kids, and then I don't know. It seems like we're about 2 or 3 generations away from some real serious problems because people don't have enough knowledge to function.
2029, 2035. We've got some serious objects inbound around Earth then even. So I mean, you know, we don't even know what's coming for the next decade. Well, you know, what kind of crap is following the solar system?
Right.
Do they have their major weird Oort cloud that goes behind Uri between Saru and all of that? Where are we going to be in 5 years, 4 years, 3 years? What's going to be when they leave? What's going to happen? What's following them? How is the exit or the transition of us going that way and them going that way going to affect us overall? Are all the normal planets going to tip back their axis to normal, or are they going to stay the same, or what? So we don't know what's going to happen. We know it is happening. We've had hundreds and thousands of examples. It is happening.
And that is happening. What Screaming Thin Man? I mean, it's like a purposeful, you know, dumbing down situation. That's what that is. I see it too.
Right. Yeah. And we, of course, cannot, we don't even dare tell you everything we know. You know, that's reserved for across the campfire with a cup of coffee. Because there, you know, I've read some things that, you know, wow, holy shit.
Oh, wow.
I'm not pleased. I've found out information I'm not thrilled with.
I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the internet. I think about the internet, and I'm like, to me, it's like the best and the worst thing that's ever been.
It's a good tool and a bad tool, because it is. It's a direct way that they can lead you through propaganda to be radicalized and
more programming, faster,
yeah,
more
program.
faster.
Yeah, right. And there, you know, we've seen examples of thousands of people over the last few years, over the decade, where people became totally addicted to the craziest of conspiracy theories that you ever heard of. And anytime you brought them back to reality, they laughed at you and they went off the nut job and onto the crazy train even farther. And I've seen a lot of that, and it's kind of sad. And they're hardcore crazy. So, you know, like everything, you know, including salt, you know, a little bit with moderation. And you have to look up your source of information and not dive down the wrong rabbit hole. You have to be discerning. You have to be smart. You have to be logical. And if you're run by fear, then, or this scares you or that scares you, then you're looking in the wrong place. It has to be calm and logical, because if you're not calm and logical, you won't understand.
Yeah.
Right. That's how it works.
That too. Everybody's like, I'll sign up for this and this and this and this and this, you know. Yeah, there is no personal anything left, man.
Yeah, we gave up privacy a long time ago. The moment everybody turned on these computers and laptops and phones and all of that, and you know, they can, you know, we carry the chip in our back pocket of our debit cards, and they know from space everywhere everyone is. There's a supercomputer knowing, got everybody that's walking around here, there, and everywhere. And then they put in the stoplights and the streetlights and the multi-camera systems around the world, including China, including the U.S. government, including Britain, including France and Germany. And you name it. And remember, we don't get information until 25 years later. So there's shit going on with AI that we're not even aware of. And we're just getting the crumb. And I know for a fact, because I was an insider, there's so much more going on. And it's right above our head, right in front of our faces. And they'll never admit to it. And yet it's vast. It's huge. Why we do this. That's why I'm accurate, is because I only tell you small pieces of it.
You said that's why you're telling us small pieces of it? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I don't talk about everything I know and everything I see.
Yeah, I see. Right.
If I did, there are people that would be affected and hurt and not be able to tolerate it, we already have, we've seen evidence of many of our trolls over the years because they were upset by information that I shared. So I'm a little more discerning over time, and I'm a little more careful because, this is not necessarily my YouTube page, it's yours. And so I do limit some of what I say and some of what I see and some of what I know.
I see. I mean, you're welcome to say anything you want, but,
Well, there's even stuff on Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 that I don't post. And I've got information that I don't share.
Safety.
I have pictures going back years I don't share. They're mine, and I keep them. And occasionally I'll pop one out here, one there. For instance, the landmass of Nibiru in 2012. It's a rare. I probably posted it maybe 5 times, but I love that shot, and it's it's one of my original screen captures. And we're in 2012 we're looking at land masses on the side of planet Nibiru, and couldn't argue with it back then, but everybody hasn't been really listening, so it's mine, and I saved that for me, and I look back at that and I go, God, I remember in 2012 I was sitting in my yard and look to the southwest, and Christ, there it is. Look at that planet and all those land masses in the oceans and the concentric moons. We talked about this earlier, and I screamed it from the highest treetops that I could in 2012, and here we are in 2024 now, and we still get 600 people that watch. So I don't know where to go from here. I'm just doing what I can do. And thank God it's not smoky anymore outside. God,
Yeah.
I just looked out the window.
Yes. I know. I can't imagine that just day in and day out for weeks.
It was horrible. It is horrible. And people in LA are, when you can't drive far enough away to get fresh air.
No.
It's horrible. It sucks because you're everywhere up here. We go through this up here in Montana regularly from Idaho and Washington State and Oregon. And now this year it's California, Washington State, and Oregon, and Idaho. And, Colorado's on fire, and we're getting smoke from Wyoming. And, and then, of course, it's everywhere. And Canada's burning like crazy still. It's not in the news. And, okay, now Eastern Canada is going to heat up next week. And, we'll see what happens with them. Are they dry? Are they wet? I don't know. I don't get that information. Yeah, Canada's been really hard to find any information from recently. The UK and the Crown countries, Australia, England, and Canada, the information stream has gotten tighter, gotten harder to find. There is less coming out of them. Now, remember, a few years ago, I did get called by the Australian police. So, yeah, there's a level of suppression going on around us, including, look what's going on with, X and TikTok and Facebook and all of that, and YouTube. So We are seeing it, and AI is going to make it, possibly worse. So this effect of AI, and all you have to do is go back to the Matrix or go back to the Terminator, and realize that AI can have a huge effect on our everything, and yet we're already towards realization. Because remember, we're years behind what they tell us. So how many years has all this already been going, and how far have they gone? And that's the big they. Get out your tinfoil hats, but it's really happening. Look at the disinformation campaign that has kept us from reaching more people.
Sam, Ash is saying that she has sent you a message on Messenger. So it's in your unopened messages.
Okay.
Yeah. So be looking for
I'll
a message.
look for it. I'll keep it in mind.
She wants to tell you. She has got something going on with. She knows something about aliens, and she wants to tell you about it.
Okay.
God, do I want to know?
It's like, what is it? I don't
I
know.
already know too much. No.
Yes, screaming thin man.
Please
That's
no
how I
more.
feel. I don't
I want to.
have any
I want to be
contact to
stupid.
say that,
Yeah.
but I feel it. I feel like the internet is just like
Oh God,
for our
there
demise.
are days that I sit and I think about Art Bell, and then I think about some of the other people out there that do somewhat what we do here, and BBB 333 guy, and let's not even forget good old suspicious observer, and how he over the years, once he started getting funded, how he had to change what he does. Great job, by the way. He does a great job. He's very, very intelligent. I love him dearly, but I truly believe at one point in time he did believe in Nibiru, and then walked away from it because of funding. But yes, we are in bizarro world. Yes, we're on the crazy train. But yes, we've seen enough of this that we've all, put our reputations on the line to talk about this, because it is really happening. And we have now, hell, if this was 10 years ago, even, we wouldn't have this level of, arrogance or whatever you want to call it, or a surety or whatever. But we do know, and this is really happening.
I think they're just counting on people not listening to us or believing us. I think they're just counting
we're
on
nut
that
jobs.
people say little, and I don't know.
Yeah, we're a cult. Yep. Yeah.
That's right.
We're disinfo. We're like the Zetas. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Wow.
No, we are not like those previously mentioned folks.
That's crazy.
I had somebody ask me about that and send me more of that, the Z people's information, and I just smiled and I went, I'm not even going to open that. We're not money boys. We're not the money boys, which is another group of people. And then we're not Marshall Masters. Hi, Marshall. How you doing out there? I hope you've come our direction a little bit by now. Hope you listen, and all the other people that we've gone through over the years, in the last 14 years, dealing with, some of them are still famous today, and others have gone bye-bye. So we'll see where we go from here. And the only way we can go is up. I mean, we're already beyond, we're beyond what other sites out there do when they do a startup and they get, 20 views.
There are some channels out there that.
Well, we're not teaching croquet or, I love my cat, or, what's the best way to barbecue a steak, so. Although, I do watch a lot of the building things, like, again, Escape to Rural France. I watch that all the time. Anyway, there's lots of those things and Beard Meets Food. I'm always laughing about that. Anyway.
Yeah.
So it depends on what you want to watch and what you want to learn. And to me, this is the coolest thing that ever happened. And I've known about it for half of my life, or God, most of my life. And here we are, and trying to share it.
Show
Risking Tara. I don't know what I'm risking per se, other than the desire and darn big need for me to share my opinion in this. Risking, yeah, my credibility, my reputation. Yeah, that Samuel Hoffman guy, he's a nut job. Well, okay. Call me what you will. That, you know, what's important is what I think. They know this is happening. It's real. It is real. It's happening. It's the coolest show ever. So, you know, this is why I have to do this. It's that simple.
I can't imagine if you never did say anything, you know, if you just kept it to yourself. And
Yeah, well, Nibiru would still be red. It would still be behind the sun and maybe
I was
coming
gonna
planet
say,
X this
like,
way. And
nobody would have any idea.
it would be a, you know, it would be a real tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that they barely mention in politics and all of that. Yeah. But, you know, we wouldn't have any of the planet names. We wouldn't know any of the locations. We wouldn't know how long they were here for. We wouldn't have known that they were rising up from underneath Earth in 2011. We wouldn't know about the second star at all. We would just be going, oh, it's CO2 climate change because sequestration of Earth's gases. So we're frying because of what we or man are doing. But, you know, it's also happening to all the other planets that are tipped for not some reason now. But we don't know why they're heating up. But anyway. Yeah.
Right.
It all fits. We know why all this shit's happening. We watch it. We watched it occur. We watched it get worse, and we watched it get worse, and we watched this happen, and that happen, and this happen, and that happened, and it all proved itself. And all the information that we share is from this information compiling, not through assumption or manipulation of the information, but only through real, legitimately, carefully gathered science. You know, because if we got junk, if our foundation is built off of junk, we're not going to get anywhere. And I was very, very strict about the early years gathered. You know, no shooting through glass, no lens flares, none of that. You know, no sidebar. Oh, you know, planet red, planet X, and all of that. Oh God, we went through that, and we got trolled galore over the years. Knock on wood. Glad it's mostly alleviated. I think they actually finally started seeing what we were talking about, so they maybe left us alone.
I was going to say,
Or they got
I
bored.
remember
Either way, I don't
so
care.
many people were very upset that we were not allowing any and all Nibiru content. Like, you know, we should be covering every possible angle on Nibiru. And I'm like, no. No, because then we will have just a page about all these different ideas, you know, versus, you know,
Yeah.
the solid facts. We'll have just a page of ideas, you know, that.
And then we would continue to teach other new people all the wrong crap.
Right.
And that's what we wanted to avoid. We wanted
Right.
to stick to what we saw,
Graduating
which
it.
is why personal, sightings. We didn't want a bunch of, oh, I got this off of YouTube. Here's a copy of it. I don't know where Fred got it, but here it is. And we tried to avoid that. And this is why, back when Lucinda was around, we had a very, very strict policy of personal sightings only. And if you grabbed it off of YouTube, most likely it got removed.
Yeah. I remember that.
She was very hall monitor strict about a lot of stuff, did a lot of work for me. And I did a lot of that too. If it wasn't topic and it was going down the thread, comment thread even, and it was not topic about what we were talking about on the top of the page, I would remove it. And if they're distracted and they're going, oh, okay, well, that's the sun simulator. Oh, no, bye. That comment is not part of what we're doing here, and it's not proven. And if there was a real sun sim, we would have seen it by now 1,000 times over. So we disproved that crap a long time ago. And then we went through numerous people. We'd let them in. And they would have these preconceived ideas and want to bomb our pages. And then we would have to go and either have patience and teach them to either shut up and listen or go elsewhere to play. So, and went through a lot of that. And, 14 years later, here we are. And, Montana Skywatchers never had any infighting ever. We were always on top of it. We always crushed it right away.
Any what? You never had
What?
any
Infighting.
infighting.
Yeah, where people were, telling me, oh, well, you're so and so, well, you're so and so, you're full of shit, blah, blah, blah.
Uh-huh.
Anytime we had anybody do that where they were trolling another person in the comment thread, they was removed right away. And every day we had monitors, we have admins that monitor all this stuff.
Yeah.
And so we went through every day, everybody did. And for years, a lot of the stuff was removed before I even saw it. And those guys have done a great job. And Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 has been a very prominent scientific research site that I'm very proud of to this day.
Sure.
Well,
Yeah.
well, guys, my light bulb is
Uh-huh,
dead,
uh-huh.
so I think
I
I'm gonna.
know. I saw you're
I
getting
see
in
that.
the
Yeah,
sitting in
it's
the
getting
dark.
dark, so just
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
Well, I'm
leave now,
thinking,
so-
I'm thinking we
But,
should wrap it up anyway. I'm
yeah.
running a boy.
Oh,
I hear
well, I don't
ya.
want to stop
Yeah.
you guys, but I just
No,
figured I
you're
might
good,
as well
Chris.
just shut
But
it off
it's getting
because
dark on your end.
I'm gonna.
I was
It's just gonna
wondering.
be a black screen here in a minute, probably, and I'll be sitting in
Right.
the
Well,
I
it's
was
been a good
noticing it.
show.
I'll see you guys during the week, and I'll see you
Yeah.
all next weekend.
Okay, Chris.
All right, good
All
night,
right,
Chris.
everybody. Thanks
There.
for showing up,
Thank
and
you.
we'll see you guys in the group.
Perfect.
Okay.
See you
Bye.
See you next Saturday. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah, I
it's
think
weird,
this.
like you said in the dark.
I think it's a perfect time for you to put up your PayPal and other link for people
Do
to,
that,
if they want to
yes.
help you out and donate to your site or
Yes,
mine.
that would
You
be
can put up my PO
wonderful.
box afterwards.
Yeah. Everybody's giving him
Pay
the
the
advice.
bill at the end of the show.
I hear you. Right. We do have a good amount of expenses. Just I put that together, just showing, what so I would know, what all I got going on. But it adds up, y'all.
Yeah, I wrote my check today.
$150
Dropped it in the
or
mail.
so a month worth of, just to keep. And at StreamYard went up $20. It was $25 a month, and now their
Wow.
basic service is $44.99. I'm like, that's $20 jump for StreamYard.
Wow.
So there is no $25 plan. It just doesn't. I even emailed them. I'm like, is this right? Yeah. So
Yeah, that's why I don't have any of this. I couldn't afford any of that.
I could use
Any
some
of it.
help. I really could, because it's a lot to keep up with for sure nowadays. So here's Sam's address, and
Yeah,
how you
I
can
have
check.
PO box that I pay for, and stamps and internet and stuff that we could never really afford, but we have to. So we do keep it up, and then there's a lot of mailer and a lot of costs going on around that, and I pay a lot of postage, so it's spooky. Anyhow, and we appreciate your helping us out because it does continue the ability to
Right.
continue the shows every week, and
right.
thank you in advance. So, and then we'll of course see you next week, come Saturday, same time, same bat channel, and all of that.
No, Michelle.
And
Michelle's
hey, I get
there.
to go play Star Wars.
Oh, I know. What am
Yeah,
I gonna
God,
do?
I
don't know.
the other
Feed the
day I
cats.
saw a bottle of ketchup on the shelf. They wanted over $5 for a bottle of ketchup. On the store, a bottle of ketchup.
I know.
Over
I mean,
$5.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even a big one. It wasn't even a big one.
Ketchup.
$6 eggs,
A Dollar Tree for stuff like that.
meat $10 a pound. A chuck roast that's $22 now. When it's like, what happened to the $8 chuck roast? It's spooky. Money. Oh God, everybody got greedy. It's scary.
It's
scary
rough.
what's happened to our
It is
prices.
rough.
Anyway,
It is. I know.
now we're all
I
short
know.
of money. I know everybody included.
Everybody's short,
but
and nobody
you
can afford to even help each other because they can't even, do
Yeah.
for themselves.
But you gotta get. We need those $5 bills and $20 bills to come in, and if not, then you
Yeah.
use a stamp and a letter, mail us a letter. Anyhow,
I hear you.
I hope we did a little bit of science good today, and I hope people get a little closer. Now, do go to YouTube, Never Followers Anonymous, and
Oh,
watch Rebecca. Or I'll watch the charts, watch all the stuff she put out last week and the week before and a couple of years ago,
Would be helpful.
and or go to my YouTube channel, which is Sam Hoffman, or go
was gonna
to
say.
Radio Wasteland on YouTube. Or Understanding the Sky series. There's 9 or 10 of those floating around out of what used to be like 30 or 40.
I got
of
my
them.
monthly payment from TikTok,
available.
Sam. My monthly payment from TikTok. You ready for
Yay.
this? You ready? You ready? Okay.
I don't
It's
know.
$5.30. $5.30.
Well, shit, you can retire on that.
I was like,
Go
dang.
fishing every day.
coffee. $5. They keep telling me things are
Yeah,
not
well, there's been
eligible
some-
for
there's
whatever
been some-
reasons, but I don't know.
There's been some to do going on in the payments from YouTube and stuff lately. There's been some controversy, so maybe they're getting stingy. Not only that, YouTube is putting on like really long commercials lately. Anyway, so we'll wind her up and we'll say goodnight to everybody. And we're very glad you were here.
Thank you, everybody.
And
Thank you for being here.
I'm reaching for the X button. I can barely talk, so we'll talk to you
know.
very soon.
Okay, everybody. Well, thank you, Sam, and thank y'all for being
All
here.
right.
We'll be back next Saturday. Y'all know.
All right, good night.
Okay, good night, everybody. See you next week. Bye.